Hello everyone and welcome to Qatar Masters 2024, the most prestigious and a thrilling chess tournament.
This year we bring together all the brightest minds in chess to compete for the title and $108,000.
Right now we are at the 90th floor of the Torch Hotel, which is the official hotel for the players. But I think it's time to go to the playing venue and check it out.
Everything is ready, the stage, the pieces are set up. We're excited to begin with day one here in Doha.
More than 300 participants from around the world are ready to start the clocks. On this board, we do have top-seeded Indian Grandmaster Arjun Ergaisi playing his first game.
It's a perfect time for us to jump into our broadcast with the great commentators Grandmaster Srinath Narayanan and International Master Irene Sukandar.
Hello everyone and welcome to Qatar Masters 2024, the most prestigious and a thrilling chess tournament.
This year we bring together all the brightest minds in chess to compete for the title and $108,000.
Right now we are at the 90th floor of the Torch Hotel, which is the official hotel for the players. But I think it's time to go to the playing venue and check it out.
Everything is ready, the stage, the pieces are set up. We're excited to begin with day one here in Doha.
More than 300 participants from around the world are ready to start the clocks. On this board, we do have top-seeded Indian Grandmaster Arjun Ergaisi playing his first game.
It's a perfect time for us to jump into our broadcast with the great commentators Grandmaster Srinath Narayanan and International Master Irene Sukandar.
Hello everyone and welcome to Qatar Masters 2024, the most prestigious and a thrilling chess tournament.
This year we bring together all the brightest minds in chess to compete for the title and $108,000.
Right now we are at the 90th floor of the Torch Hotel, which is the official hotel for the players. But I think it's time to go to the playing venue and check it out.
Everything is ready, the stage, the pieces are set up. We're excited to begin with day one here in Doha.
More than 300 participants from around the world are ready to start the clocks. On this board, we do have top-seeded Indian Grandmaster Arjun Ergaisi playing his first game.
It's a perfect time for us to jump into our broadcast with the great commentators Grandmaster Srinath Narayanan and International Master Irene Sukandar.
Hello everyone and welcome to Qatar Masters 2024, the most prestigious and a thrilling chess tournament.
This year we bring together all the brightest minds in chess to compete for the title and $108,000.
Right now we are at the 90th floor of the Torch Hotel, which is the official hotel for the players. But I think it's time to go to the playing venue and check it out.
Everything is ready, the stage, the pieces are set up. We're excited to begin with day one here in Doha.
More than 300 participants from around the world are ready to start the clocks. On this board, we do have top-seeded Indian Grandmaster Arjun Ergaisi playing his first game.
It's a perfect time for us to jump into our broadcast with the great commentators Grandmaster Srinath Narayanan and International Master Irene Sukandar.
Hello everyone and welcome to Qatar Masters 2024, the most prestigious and a thrilling chess tournament.
This year we bring together all the brightest minds in chess to compete for the title and $108,000.
Right now we are at the 90th floor of the Torch Hotel, which is the official hotel for the players. But I think it's time to go to the playing venue and check it out.
Everything is ready, the stage, the pieces are set up. We're excited to begin with day one here in Doha.
More than 300 participants from around the world are ready to start the clocks. On this board, we do have top-seeded Indian Grandmaster Arjun Erigaisi playing his first game.
It's a perfect time for us to jump into our broadcast with the great commentators Grandmaster Srinath Narayanan and International Master Irene Sukandar.
Hello everyone and welcome to Qatar Masters 2024, the most prestigious and thrilling chess tournament.
This year we bring together all the brightest minds in chess to compete for the title and $108,000.
Right now we are at the 90th floor of the Torch Hotel, which is the official hotel for the players. But I think it's time to go to the playing venue and check it out.
Everything is ready, the stage, the pieces are set up. We're excited to begin with day one here in Doha.
More than 300 participants from around the world are ready to start the clocks. On this board, we do have top-seeded Indian Grandmaster Arjun Erigaisi playing his first game.
It's a perfect time for us to jump into our broadcast with the great commentators Grandmaster Srinath Narayanan and International Master Irene Sukandar.
Hello everyone and welcome to Qatar Masters 2024, the most prestigious and thrilling chess tournament.
This year we bring together all the brightest minds in chess to compete for the title and $108,000.
Right now we are at the 90th floor of the Torch Hotel, which is the official hotel for the players. But I think it's time to go to the playing venue and check it out.
Everything is ready, the stage, the pieces are set up. We're excited to begin with day one here in Doha.
More than 300 participants from around the world are ready to start the clocks. On this board, we do have top-seeded Indian Grandmaster Arjun Erigaisi playing his first game.
It's a perfect time for us to jump into our broadcast with the great commentators Grandmaster Srinath Narayanan and International Master Irene Sukandar.
Hello everyone, welcome to the 2024 Qatar Masters Open, live from Doha, Qatar. Irene and Srinath is here. We are so happy to bring you round to round of this tournament. Srinath, how excited are you for the first day here?
I'm super excited. Qatar Masters is one of the strongest
Yes.
open tournaments in the world. And the tournament also has a lot of added context. Now, this is one of the last tournaments as we head towards the end of the year. And it's also going to matter a lot for the FIDE circuit. There is
Right.
Arjun Erigaisi, who's the first seed, and Abdus Saturo, who's the second seed. And both
Yep.
of them are very closely in contention.
Exactly. Well, so many things are at stakes, not only about the prize money, but more to the prestige, also the circuit points, everything is here. And let's take a look at the standing. So what do we have for the standing for before the first round? So as you mentioned, Erigaisi Arjun is the first seeded of the tournament, and he himself is the only player in this tournament that is above 2,800.
Understandably so. I mean, in the world, there are 4 players above 2,800, and we have one of them here.
Yes. And this is very important for Arjun and also for the rest of the field. I mean, we also have Abdusattorov with Will. This is actually a very nice number of rating. 2 triple 7, so 2777. And he'll be on the second board against Mahdavi Reza. So both of these players, they've played each other quite some time. Yeah, I think they're also quite like big rivals to each other.
Absolutely. I think Abdusataro is a rival to almost all the top players in the world, and so is Arjun. So they have played quite a bit with each other. They played each other in the last round of the previous year, and there's been a history of rivalry between both of them.
Right. And then we also have a few other 2700s playing in this tournament. We have Pahar Maksudlu, who has been known as one of the best Iranian players, and he'll be on the third board against Amartufsin Ganzorik from Mongolia. And on the fourth board, we'll see Artemiev playing against Vantika Agrawal, who got her first gold medal in the Olympiad in Budapest.
That's also, I think, the first round in general in a lot of opens, they tend to be a bit one-sided in favor of the higher seed. But I think in Qatar, it might not be the case because it's such a strong tournament that even on the first round, the opponents are pretty strong for the top seeds.
Exactly. Yes, we have a 2300 rating floor on the A group, and if you are above 2300, you can play in the A group, or if you have some wild card, if you're still below 2300. But I think, I was just scrolling down all the pairings until the bottom of the list. Wow, I mean, it's such a tough field. Like even the lowest one is like still 2200 and above. So it's gonna be very tough for everyone, not only for the best of the players here, but also for the midfield and those. I think I can imagine for the youngsters who are playing the A in playing against players. Yes,
Absolutely.
and well. Shall we take a look at the prize fund? Because this is actually the most interesting part of this tournament. It boasts $108,000 prize fund for the A and the B group. It is one of the, I think, the biggest prize fund in the open tournaments.
Absolutely. With, I think, the first prize of $25,000 in the open section.
Yes.
So this is what everyone's playing for. And I think the first round is
Pretty soon. And yeah, apologies for the delay because apparently there is a very strict security measures applied in this tournament. So each player has to go to this measure. There is like, how do you call it? This gate, like the airport
X-ray machines?
yeah
Yeah.
the X-ray machine.
X-ray
This is
machines, yeah.
exactly like what the airport has, and then we have it here in this tournament. So
With professionally trained people who are checking for everything.
exactly. And then the first time is about to start, and I think we can see how's the venue. And have you been to the venue yourself?
Yeah, I just had a quick look before coming in and getting ready for the games. We also have a big screen where you can see the top boards and quite spacious. Everything is quite spacious. A lot of walking space. The tables are quite well spaced apart. I think it's very comfortable and playing conditions.
Yeah, I mean, I was here too last year. Although we had a different venue for the tournament, it was as comfortable as ever for the chess players. So we try to make sure that every chess player here they have the best experience in playing this tournament. And it's not showing on the screen, but we have a designated refreshment area for the players where hot or cold beverages are provided, also some snacks, because, well, you see, the time control, we have 2 periods of time control here. The players will receive each 90 minutes for 40 moves. And then after they complete the 40th moves, they will have another 30 minutes extra on their clock. And they will also have 30 seconds increments starting from move number 1. So technically speaking, Srinath, we can be here for all night long.
Absolutely. Not just technically. There are some cases where the games do practically go for
Yeah.
a really long time. Uh, but yeah, I think we have the first few moves underway. Yeah.
Exactly. And well, would you like to take a look the first boat first? I know it's still very young of the game. It's fine, but what I can see from your screen here, Srinath, it's London.
Yeah. So Abdurrahmanov starts with the London system, starting with d4, knight f6, bishop f4, and Arjun has played e6. Generally, the intention is to. I'm still not quite sure what setup Arjun is going for, but I have a feeling that he might not play d5 anytime soon
Mm-hmm.
because he wouldn't want to, fix his pawn structure on the king side, but rather he might try to do some sort of d6 on the next move, or something with c5 in the upcoming the next few moves with the opening setup. Yeah, there he goes with c5.
Yeah, I think that is quite a tricky order of moves. Yeah. Well, I don't know about you, but for me, if I were playing against low-rated opponent, I would try to, to mud the water as much as I can, because otherwise, if the position is already fixed starting from the opening, it might be a bit easier for my lower or rated opponent to somehow, try to catch some drawing line in the opening, and then it might be harder for me, especially if I were playing with black pieces like what Arjun is having right now. So I think, with Arjun's order of moves, we can only see. I mean, we can see not only the technical chess itself, but some psychological decision behind it. Because naturally speaking, Arjun would try to play for a win.
Yeah, I mean, Arjun plays for win not just against someone significantly lower rated, but we see this modern generation of players absolutely ambitious even against the world champion,
Exactly. Yeah.
with the black pieces as well. And I think one of the important facets in trying to muddy the waters as early as possible is how you set up your pawn structure in the opening. And you don't want things to also be too symmetrical.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what a move like c5 does. It tries to create an imbalance in pawn structure as early as possible. Eventually, this pawn trade on d4 can happen, and when that happens, there will be a slight imbalance in the pawn structure. And this is potentially what Arjun might be aiming towards. But there is also the main line with d5 here. And there are many different ways black can go from here. This is one of the main positions in the London system, the starting position, and black has many different ways to continue.
Right. Yes. Yeah. This is like the standard setup for white. Yeah. And then from here, now you can think of anything like perhaps bishop b5. I know this is quite unorthodox, because usually you just put the bishop on d3 and then follow it up with c3. But yeah, starting from this one, I think Arjun is also. He has to be careful in what his opponent might try to do. Follow up with this, and h6 is on the board. It is very interesting.
There's also a little bit of a new
Yep.
for me myself. Which is interesting and also understandable that Arjun is trying to take his opponent out of charted waters as quickly as possible to make him think on his own. I'm guessing one of the useful factors with h6 is that eventually when black goes knight h5, which can happen quite often in the opening, white does not have this move bishop to g5,
Yeah.
and this enables black to try and force the trade of the white's dark square bishop, and eventually getting the pair of bishops advantage. This could be one of the factors, and another potential way the game goes on is sometimes black goes for an early g5 himself, followed with knight to h5. So this is also a pawn structure which we do see against 1d4 openings. I'm guessing these are the functions of h6. But aside from everything, it's also a very useful move which takes you out of the opening.
Right. Yes. And I mean, I like how this plays out actually, but a move like h6, it doesn't come without preparation. Yeah, so you have to be very ready if you're playing some unusual move like h6 here. So I can see myself adding this game to my London repertoire as black, because h6 is unusual. You know, it can be a good surprise to my opponent. Of course, it's something that you expect before the game, but yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, this is also, I think, one of the things I'm very keenly looking forward to when I go to the opening phase of the game. In chess, I think one of the hardest things to do in recent times is how to defeat a lower rated player.
Right.
Because people have become so much better than they were even a few years ago. And some of these players who are at 2300, 2400 have become, I think, a lot stronger than how they were in 2020 or even 2016. So and people like Arjun, people like Abdul Saturo, these guys who are the top seeds, they've become so efficient at defeating players of this level that it's very interesting to observe how they do this. And this process begins from the very opening, their very opening choices, where they make these moves like head six, take their opponent off the beaten track, and have them think as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. To me, it looks like Arjun is a very good cut for playing in the open tournaments. I mean, how many open tournaments Arjun has won? Like, it's almost countless numbers. You know, whenever I see him playing an open tournament, he just keep winning it and winning it and winning it. So I think he already or when I'm playing like invitational close tournaments. So it's a very smart decision anyway. And I think since do we have a move after h6, because it looks like in the camera his opponent already moved something. Oh, it's bishop b5.
No, I think the bishop seems to be traded on f4. So
Is it?
Some d takes c5 has taken place, and
Okay, so
some knight in the f4, e takes f4 is on the board from what I can see
on the video, yeah.
Yeah, on the video.
Okay, so we have some delay on a little bit delay on the game. I think we can leave this one for a bit and then see what happened on the second board. It's between Abdusattorov versus Reza Mahdavi.
Yes, and here we seem to have
A Benoni,
yeah, some cross between a Benoni and the King's Indian.
Mm-hmm.
White setup is it's a straightforward Spanish setup, which is this pawn structure with f3, e4, and d5. For black, this I'm not sure if this is a Benoni or a King's Indian, but I think arguably a bit of both. And in general, in these kind of positions, it's black is trying to get this b5 break. Right now, white is blocking it. White has more pieces controlling the b5 point than black. White has these three pieces, whereas black has only two. But black will try and prepare this with usually the knight goes to e5 and such structures. The bishop goes to d7, and then the pawn goes to b5. White, on the other hand, has a little more space. They have little more pieces and pawns on the king side and the center. So it's usually a good idea for white if white gets these pawns to f4 and e5, which is a bit far at the moment. But when black plays knight e5, one thing to watch out for is white's threat of f4.
Right. Yes. Yeah, I think I played this position once in my life with this knight g3 line. I was playing as white. I was just trying to stop my opponent to play knight h5 because that's pretty much one of the most popular moves in Benoni since who popularized it? Fischer. So I mean, almost every line in Benoni is playable, yeah. But you just pick which one that you feel like it is best suited to your style. So okay, Benoni is on the board right now. Abdusattorov is, I think it's still pretty much equal, yeah, at the moment. Okay, knight e8 is already on the board.
With idea of f5.
F5 is yeah, totally the typical idea here. And oh, you can see the players are walking around in the venue right now. It's very typical as well because it is a very long time control. And in the opening stage, sometimes you can surprise your opponent and they would think for quite a long time. So it's time for you to stretch your legs and probably just grab some drinks or some snacks because well, we can expect for another like 3 hours to go for them to get into the time trouble.
Yeah, and in general also, when it's not your turn to move, I find that walking around is actually quite helpful because I think walking stimulates your brain in some as opposed to just sitting on the board and just sitting and looking at the board and being sedentary. I think walking stimulates your brain, which is also one of the reasons why players do it in between. I'm not sure if we consciously think about it,
Ah.
but it does help. I think it does help in activating your brain and just casually strolling around. Even when we think about problems in real life, sometimes taking a walk helps. It clears your head. I think that's something similar happens when we do this when it's not our turn.
Yeah, yeah. Although some players might argue, that after having those type of walks, they might actually lose their focus. So I think it would be depending on your own personal preference. Yeah. One
True.
thing is good. Another thing is, yeah, it might take you some time to refocus yourself on the board. So probably some players actually prefer to just sit while waiting for their opponents to move. But otherwise, I think, yeah, it's just vanilla or chocolate. Which ice cream would you like? Both are okay. Both are good. So yeah, it doesn't really matter so much. And I think Abdul Satraf, yeah, this is one of the things too with the top players when they are thinking, they're not looking at the board.
Yeah. Some people even close their eyes if you know who I'm talking about. So today I saw a statistic by Google that Gukesh was closing his eyes for 31% of the time during his
Wow.
game. And 31% is like an incredible amount of time.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, chess players, professional chess players are so proficient at holding the image of the board in their mind that beyond a point, it can even be a distraction, the board, the pieces in the current position. So when I'm calculating, let's say 2, 3 moves ahead, the piece is in a different space, place in the initial position. And I don't want that image interfering with my thought process in my head, which is also one of the reasons why I prefer to completely look away or even close my eyes sometimes when I'm doing deep calculation.
Yeah, yeah. I still cannot do that, Srinath. Although I try to, because in a way, when you're closing your eyes and then try to think, it's kind of saving your energy because your eyes don't need to be open. But then I will lose the memory of the moves. Like, oh, where did I calculate it? Like I have to open my eyes again, and then okay, that's the part. So I think the better a player you are, I think the better imagination and visualization that you have. Yeah, your board vision is also getting better too. So how do you train to have a better board vision? Because I remember, I think it was Anish Giri who commented on like the likes of Nihal, Arjun, Pragnananda, and Gukesh. The young prodigies. They really have good board visions that take them into a next level online blitz players too.
It just generally it happens automatically from my experience and understanding. The more and more you train, the more and more you calculate, the better your ability to hold the image becomes. And you're absolutely right. The stronger a player is, the better they are able to hold that image. But another important factor is practice.
Right.
And this I can tell you from my personal experience because during the times when I was playing actively and regularly, I could hold the image a lot better. I could have conversations on the go, and it was the image I had in my mind was a lot smoother. Now I'm still connected with chess. I still talk about chess. I analyze. I look at chessboard all the time, but because I don't practice the calculation and visualization the same way, my ability to hold the image has actually become a lot worse in the last few years. So I think practice is a very important component. And when we are talking about practice, one activity which a lot of chess players as well as enthusiasts do is solving puzzles. And when they solve puzzles, they automatically practice to try and look at a few moves ahead And the more regularly we do this, the better our image becomes, our ability to hold the image becomes. So I think this constant practice is the key. It's the thing that makes the difference.
Yeah, constant practice is, I think, it's what required if you want to master anything, right? Of chess included, of course. So the more you practice, then the better you'll get at it. Okay, so I think we can leave this game for a bit, and then let's check on the next board. It's Amartusin versus Bahamaksudlu. And see from the beginning, maybe, so that we can have a clear picture of what is going on.
Sure. So starting from the beginning,
Yep.
Amartoshin with the white pieces, Parham with the black pieces. Amartoshin started with d4, knight f6, c4, and now black played g6, which can go either into the King's Indian defense or the Grunfeld defense. The King's Indian defense is usually after white develops knight c3, which is the default move on move 3 for white in a setup like this. Bishop g7 is the King's Indian setup, whereas d5 is the Grunfeld defense. And the thing with both these approaches is that in chess, I would say there are broadly two ways to fight against the center. And controlling the center is one of the most important facets of opening play in chess. And in these two ways, I would say the Grunfeld and the King's Indian defense are they belong to the second way. The first way is to actively put your own pawns in the center, like the Queen's Gambit decline, which starts after d4, d5, c4, e6. Whereas the other way is to go d4, knight f6, c4, g6, and let white put their pawns in the center and then attack them later. Like we see in the Grunfeld, knight c3, d5. Black has let white advance these pawns. Now the pressure, it's not quite on the d4 pawn, but if we make a few more moves, so c takes d5, knight takes d5, white has both these pawns on e4 and d4. Black takes knight into c3, b takes c3, bishop g7, and now we see this position where white's pawns are towering on e4 and d4. There is a pawn on c3 supporting the d4 pawn, a well-built center. Black tries to break it by playing the pawn to c5, either on the next move after white plays bishop to c4, which is one of the ways to develop. There are many different setups for white here. There is the bishop can go to d5. Sometimes white starts with knight to f3 and bishop to e3. But the line with bishop c4 is one of the most principal lines here. And now c5 is one of the main moves, but black played a6 here, which potentially is also another way to try and get his opponent out of the known territory. White responded with a4, and now black goes c5, keeping in line with how black plays in the opening in Grunfeld, and keeping in line the general opening strategy. White started with bishop c4 a bit earlier, so that the bishop is out of the way. The knight had two possible squares to develop to, which is f3 and e2. But with the bishop out of the way, white can play this knight to e2, which wouldn't have been great if white does this with the bishop on f1. So bishop to c4 first, and then now the knight comes to e2. The big difference is if white plays the knight to f3, then although black might not be able to play bishop to g4 right away due to bishop into f7 check, in the future, let's say after a short castle and a mutual short castle, then with this knight on f3, black has the option to play bishop g4, pin this knight and exert additional pressure on the d4 point. And with this knight on e2, a similar attempt by black to play bishop to g4 is met with f3. So it's not quite as effective. And the strategic battle on in which the Grunfeld defense is based on is initially a lot about how well white is able to maintain the center and how well black is able to exert pressure and break the center.
Wow. Okay, up until there, I think I have to take a note, Srinath, because that is the very, very useful information. I'm starting to play D4 myself, and I think, yeah, to know like a very subtle difference between this move and that move, I think it should help a lot. So, wow, viewers, make sure you take a note, or actually, you can just rewind the video and then from the start until the present, just take a note on what Srinath was saying. And so that after 92, yeah, this is the current position right now. And Parham is thinking, so okay, it's still not a big deal on the time situation because it is still what 10 minutes difference, right? But it can also, I mean, it can already show us that um, this is the thing with the top chess players, right? They don't want to go into a simple position against low-rated players. And which one do you think that Parham will play in this position?
Again, this is not an easy question, but by default, I would maybe do short castle. And the other move that I can think of is knight c6. These are the top two things that I would try to look at as the black here at first. And white would probably put the bishop on e3 and play short castle as well. So I think these are the likely moves. Also, it might be obvious to some people, but I should also mention that in general, white wouldn't want to take this pawn on c5, even though the c3 pawn is defended after playing 92, because that really ruins white's pawn structure. And it's not so difficult for black to regain it in the next few moves. But white pawns would be all scattered if putting a picture of them. Let's say I make a useful move and d takes c5. This pawn structure looks terrible, and you can immediately see the evaluation bar reacting. Whereas this pawn structure looks so much better
It's
and also
solid, yeah.
functions better.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, and then we saw also in many of the Grunfeld, it's almost never happened. Like D takes C5, it almost never happened in Grunfeld. So yeah, we can actually skip that idea and then just also this 92, it looks very appealing to me because you can just delay your castle, and probably these days it's so trendy to start attacking with h4 h5. Yeah, this is totally my character. I just want attack. I just want to kill the king right away. Sometimes in the process of killing my opponent's king, my own king get killed. So it is a very double-edged approach in my chess games.
Yeah, that's the thing with risks and rewards. But what you suggest with h4 is actually a very viable idea here, combining with this bishop on c4, which is looking at the black king on g8, and literally, it's sealing off the exit. The king can't run outside, or right now black cannot do something like f5 in order to try and create space for the king. So it is a viable idea. It can work in certain instances even after short castle.
Yes, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Well, okay. So 3 games already that we're covered. I mean, it looks very interesting. I think that's the idea actually of open tournaments, because if you're looking at the invitational tournaments, especially on the first rounds, usually people would, or the players would rather just play very, very um, conservatively, and then they don't want to take risk so much on the first round, and then they would go for some sort of a equal variations, and then theoretically drawn for like 30-40 moves. But it's not happening in the open tournaments, and especially here on the first round, even the low rated players, they are playing their best in order to surprise the top players of the tournament.
Absolutely, the top players are trying to get their opponents out of openings as soon as they can, and the lower seeded players are also they have to weigh that risk, because if you go too much beyond that boundary and get into a significantly worse position, uh, your opponent can actually beat you. It's not as if you take them off their known path and you're going to just outplay them.
Yeah.
So it's a very thin line, and that's why not everyone can do it.
Yeah, Well, let's see the next one. Oh, I can see it from your screen. The next one is very interesting because we'll have Artemiev playing against Vantika Agrawal. And yeah, Vantika, I think we have to mention it. This is a very notable achievement by her, winning the gold medal for Indian team in the last Olympiad in Budapest. I think, and I mean, you guys have double golds for open and women, so it's. I mean, I don't know when that thing will be happening again. Like one country is having both gold medals at the same time at the same Olympiad.
True, true. I'm quite bullish on India's prospects recently, but even I don't know when it can happen again. It has happened only 4 times in the entire history of Olympiad, and the history of Olympiad is almost like the history of Olympics itself. It goes past more than 90 years, and it has happened only 4 times in the entire history. Vantika is one of the top women players, not just in India, but I think she's one of the up and coming players from across the world. And Artemiev, again, he's probably not been seen so actively in the last few years, but he's absolutely one of the top players in the world. And particularly in the shorter formats, he's someone who is also known to go outside known opening theory, but try and get a fresh game as soon as possible. And maybe that's what he's been trying to do here, starting with one knight f3, knight f6, g3. He took 6 minutes for this move g3, which surprises me. I think this is the only game so far where someone has taken a lot of time just to make the initial moves. Vantika going for the center with d5, staying principled. Bishop to g2, understandable follow-up to g3.
Right.
And now Vantika plays c5, strengthening her center, more pawns in the center, more control. White goes short castle, and now e6, again a natural move, protecting the d5 pawn. This kind of is like a reverse Grunfeld. So everything I mentioned about Grunfeld in the previous game sort of applies here as well, except with the colors reversed. Here it's white who has let black put their pawns in the center, and now white will try and exert pressure on these pawns with either a c4 or d4 in the next few moves, and black will try and keep the center intact as much as she can.
Well, yes. I mean, this setup is is very versatile for both actually black and white, and I think this is the reason why they chose this. You know what? I also have a hunch. Like my feeling is both of them cannot be really well prepared for the first round because the pairings only were out like a few hours before. And also second reason is both players, Artemiev and Vantika, they are very like their repertoire is very wide. Even if you do have 24 hours to prepare against them, it's very hard to actually pick which one of the line or which one of the opening that they would actually go. So I think they just want to take it easy for the opening, so that just to take them through the opening phase and then start just playing start playing the middle game without any problems of the opening. So yeah.
Yeah, but this is where it stands. But again, really surprised to see Artemiev spend so much time in the opening. And if you observe one thing about Vantika's play, it's consistent with the fact that she's usually the one who's always low on time. So Artemiev having lower time than Vantika, it's for me a little funny as well as surprising that someone has spending so much time out here. But yeah, maybe let's see how the
let's see how this game unfolds later, and then check on the fifth board. We have also a very interesting player, Tabatabai, playing against Ashraf Artin. So Tabatabai is black, and wow, hang on, a Sicilian, is it?
Yeah.
It should be a Sicilian.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's see it from the start, because it looks like, I think, the most interesting games that we have seen on this round so
It's a
far.
battle between two Iranian players. I think for the first time we see that both the players are from the same nationality. Yeah?
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yes.
White started with e4,
Mm-hmm.
black played c5, the Sicilian defense, as you
Mm-hmm.
pointed out very excitedly at the beginning. Knight f3. And here black has, of course, different ways to go. Knight c6, d6, e6 are the top choices. Black went d6. White goes for d4, which is the open Sicilian, trading the central pawn for black's c pawn. C takes d4, knight takes d4. Knight f6 attacking the pawn and also developing the knight in the process. Knight c3 defends the pawn. And here black goes a6, going into the knight of variation, which is one of the most classical main lines in the history of chess within the Sicilian defense, and something played by legendary players such as Fischer, Kasparov. Recently, Ali Reza plays this a lot. So a very illustrious opening. And here white went h3, which supports this advanced g4, g5, which also is in a way fighting for the center. Now, one of the ways of fighting for the center is you put your pawns and pieces in such a way that it controls the central squares. With a move like h3 and g4 and g5, by advancing in the flank, you are attacking an opposition piece which is supporting, which is controlling the central squares. So this is another way of wresting more g4 with the idea of g5, also gaining space. H6 prevents exactly that, the threat of g5. Now white goes bishop to g2, controlling the d5 point. And for now, black is not able to get this d5 break because white has vastly superior control. Three of these pieces controlling the d5 square. So black responds with bishop e7. For now, black develops. Now white starts preparing this idea for g5 with h4. The next move is going to be g5, and with bishop g2, the h1 rook is supported. So after black's developing move knight c6, white can go forward with g5 in any case. H takes g5, h takes g5, rook into h1 check, bishop into h1, a bit of a mass trade. And now the black knight goes to h7 instead of d7, which I think might be a more natural square, potentially due to this idea of g6, which exerts pressure on this e6 point. And in general, this knight on d7, it might be more useful, but knight h7 is a more useful in a defensive way. And it attacks the g5 pawn. White protects it with f4, and now black goes queen to b6, attacking the d4 knight. Very interesting, a very sharp fight so far. The d4 knight is attacked. The immediate response would be to move this knight away from d4 to somewhere. But if you move your knight carelessly, then black has this way to invade into white's king with queen g1 check.
Ooh, that would be nasty. So yeah, that has to be prevented, and that's why knight f3 was played on the board, and after knight f3 it's bishop d7. Yeah, so this is the current position right now, and it's white to move. Okay, so I think we can tell quite much that after bishop d7, black is just trying to perhaps long castle. Is it an idea, Sri?
Absolutely. Makes a lot of sense with the rook on h8 out of the game. The only way for black to castle would be to castle long, and I think castling is very important for king safety.
Yeah. So what do we think for white in this position? Because, well, normally I would also like to prepare to castle myself with the white king being very exposed in the center. But the thing is, first, if I move the bishop, I have to think about the possibility of queen takes b2. And secondly, if I move the bishop just like that, what does the bishop do on d2 anyway? Or maybe should I move my queen first? So that is another thing, whether it's queen d2, queen d3 or queen e2 with the idea of bishop e3. But again, the idea of queen takes b2 is always there.
True, absolutely. But one useful facet for white at the moment is generally a queen takes b2 would have this response with rook to b1. This is just to illustrate this idea because white is not going to play the bishop to d2, but white does have this retort in certain cases. And apart from this, there are also potentially some ways to keep attacking the queen with rook b3 and knight to d5.
Right. Wow. If this happens, then it's going to be very unpleasant for black. And seen this idea so many Sicilian lines, but also sometimes also in London, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
this is totally a theme in the middle game that every modern player these days have to try to master it, because sometimes you can actually take the b2 pawn, but sometimes you also have to be careful because it's not as innocent as it looks.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Right. So shall we check on the next board? We have Baradia versus Yushipenko. And Yushipenko is white. And from my screen, actually, I can see a very huge time difference between these two. So what's happening in their game? Let's see from the start.
So once again, this started with one e4 and another Sicilian defense. Now, some Sicilian defenses are exciting. This one not as much. Black white played knight f3, d6, the same first two moves. But now white went bishop to b5 check instead of the open Sicilian with d4. Bishop b5 check. I think it is known as the Moscow variation.
Yep.
And this leads to positions with a more closed center, which we'll see in a few moves. Black played the knight to d7, one of the acceptable moves. Bishop d7 is the other way, and knight to c6 is also possible. But with knight d7, generally, it used to be an intention to signal to play for a little more in a little more ambitious way, whereas bishop d7 used to be more solid. But now knight d7 is also theoretically so well developed that I think it's just two different possible moves. And here white went bishop to a4, which is actually it's not so easy to explain. I think it comes from trial and error. Like white tried so many of these natural moves like short castle, c3,
even c4.
Yeah, c4.
Even c4 too. You know what? With that bishop a4, I have one proud moment of myself. Yeah, I beat Wei in this variation.
Wow.
In a rapid game, although it was online game, but it was very memorable for me because I didn't have an expectation anyway, but somehow after bishop a4, the game fizzled out as a tactical or aggressive game. And then this is like my natural instinct to just keep attacking, and somehow it just worked. Somehow I didn't get my own king killed, so that was one of my proudest moments.
I'm not surprised that it worked though. When I play against you as well, I'm always watching out for my king being attacked.
Yeah, although nowadays I'm getting older, I'm also getting very cautious about my own king. So I would have a second thought whenever I want to attack my opponent. I would be just like, okay, let's defend my king first. But somehow, sometimes it gets too passive. So I'd like to get the young Irene, because the young Irene is fearless.
Ultimately, best is if you're able to protect your king as well as go after the opponent's king, though.
That would be the ideal scenario, right? But we cannot move twice at the same time. We have to take one step at a time, and then sometimes it just doesn't have enough time for doing both of those plans at the same time. So, all right, let's continue. So after bishop a4, knight f6, and castle. Oh, this gambit. Yeah. So naturally, you wouldn't like to take it.
But let's see what happens if this happens. Yeah, like what would you do?
There's rook e1 and then d4, and you pretty much just attack the center because I think I analyzed this variation myself before playing against Wei. I was really hoping that he would get into this. It was a rapid game anyway. You would like to play your first few moves just without thinking, right? So, and then this type of position is perfect for white. So I might not be able to have a very good finish, but at least, I could scare him. But anyway, it worked for me. He didn't take it though. But okay, let's see what happened in the game. So after castle e6 and d3, this one I don't really like actually.
I can imagine because it goes towards closing the center. I think this one, both the young Irene and
in a cage,
slightly not younger Irene,
wouldn't
want to do this. But this is actually one of one of the setups that white goes to quite often in modern theory. What they do is they put these pawns with e4, d3, and c4, completely closing down the center for now, but later preparing to open it with d4. And if black allows that, white has a center with more space than they would normally have with the pawn on c2. The pawn on c4 controls this d5 square. And personally, I'm not a big fan of playing this as white because, to be honest, I don't understand it as well as I would in another setup. But white does play like this in recent times. Some of the white players who
Yep.
pull this off, they understand it better, and it is a very viable way of playing.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, one can argue that it might be a better Maroxy type of position for white because at some point you can just exchange your light square bishop because your light square bishop in the Maroxy position is like the weakest piece that you can have that you would normally like to exchange it with anything with your opponent's light square bishop or any of the knights, you know. But also yeah, this is not my type of position. I'd like, you know, in order to protect the e4 pawn, I would just like to play rook e1, and then maybe then after that I can try even to think like c3, d4, you know, try to strengthen the center with my pawn structure that way instead of closing it up. But of course, every player has their own different style, and probably here, you mentioned it earlier in another game. Most of the top players here, they try to get their opponent out of the charted water. So probably this is the type of position where, you know, you give it back to your opponent. Hey, what are you going to do about this position? Instead of playing the most natural move like rook e1, it gives your opponent some sort of like a forcing line to play, and it's easier to find. So top players do this all the time. Top players confuse me a lot. That's what I was going to say. Like, I don't know. It looks like normal to me, but somehow there's so many options, and I got confused. Instead of leaving one option for me just to keep playing, and we know that it's a forcing line, it's forcing move. I have to keep playing it anyway. It's fine, but then yeah, this is like the mind game that the top players are doing usually.
Yeah, and you just kind of have to, yeah, because if you know, if you basically do what is already well known, your opponent is also going to uh, play what is known to them, and I guess you're not going to get a lot out of the opening. So I think uh, all through the history, people have been trying to find newer and newer ways,
Yeah.
but it's just that it has become so well explored now that you have to do it in almost every few games.
Exactly. And okay, I think you have some delay on the moves, but I can actually tell you what are the moves on this game. And after knight c3, we have knight e5, yes, and
Very
then
interesting idea.
and knight e1.
Yeah, we should mention that taking knight takes e5, d takes e5 looks tempting,
Mm-hmm.
but despite having this double pawn, I think this favors black a little more because it opens the d5, and usually d3 pawn is weaker here due to white having played the pawn to c4. So the d3 pawn becomes a backward pawn. So this trade of pawns, so to speak, with black getting a double pawn and white getting a backward pawn, actually favors black a little more, which is why white politely declined the trade and went with knight to e1.
Yes, and then also maybe preparation for f4 too, you know, and then maybe later after that you can put the knight back to f3, and then you have a stronger center. It can be like that. So bishop
Yeah.
d7, challenging the bishop on a4, and the bishop on a4 say, oh, you know what? I'm not gonna trade it. I might have this attack to the king to h7, although it looks like it's very very in a far far galaxy away, but that could be the long-term plan by white. And after bishop c2, knight c6 back, and after that, f4. So f4 was bound to happen no matter where the knight goes anyway. And after f4, the knight repositioned to d4. So centralizing this knight on d4 because the knight on f3 was not there. And as I speak, the knight on f3 just came, and then challenging the knight on d4. And black decided to trade off the knight with the bishop on c2.
Yeah, black saw through your attack on h7, even though it was quite
Yeah.
sharp.
Yes, you're right. But I think now white can be happy because if you remember what I was telling before, like, hey, I like to trade my light square bishop anyway with any of the pieces. So, and black did that on his own time. So white didn't actually lose any time here. And queen c2 happened, of course, a6. Now black is trying to come up with some plan in the queen side,
Yeah,
preparing
and in
b5.
general, also, I guess with the pair of bishops, black will want to try and do pawn breaks as much as possible to try and open up the position. And also, I guess, yeah, so if we look at pawn breaks, one of them is with d5 and other is with d5. So these are the two options for black. White, on the other hand, especially without a light square bishop, I think would try and maintain these pawns on the light squares and try and put more of the pawns on the dark squares. But yeah, let's see how the game continues.
Yes, so after a6, b3, so Yushipenko tried to, yeah, okay, fiancero his bishop to b2, and b5, bishop b2, still according to the plan. And then bishop c6 happened, rook ae1, bringing everything to the center. And
Now you're liking this more, yeah?
I like this one more, but I would actually prefer to still maintain my light square bishop. Okay, we cannot have everything, yeah? I mean, we have to give one or the other.
Yeah.
So b4 happened, kicking out the knight from c3. The knight went to d1, a5. So this is actually my type of position. I mean, to commentate, not to play, because to play it's going to be quite confusing for me. Which one should I prefer this one on? Because black looks like he has quite an impressive plan on the queen side. You're breaking open, and then if everything breaks open, you'll be happy with the pair of bishops. But on the other hand, the bishop on b2, the maneuver of the knight on d1, possibly to e3, and then any push of the pawn, it can be anything now. So knight e3 and a4 as we speak. So okay, who's going to strike first now?
So just looking at the amount of time that white has, I would give white a little more edge because just the time indicates to me that white has prepared this a little bit deeper. And we actually see on the video that white has continued with f5, keeping in line with the strategy, maintaining the dark square bishop and putting all the pawns on the light squares. And this is because usually the bishop and pawns, they work together, they work as a
Right.
pair. Because apart from queen, they are the only pieces that can actually control diagonals. So when we are talking about the color of control of colors, here you see the dark square bishop on b2 controlling all these dark squares. And look at how white pawns are so nicely arranged on light squares. And each of these pawns, they control two light squares of their own. So this is how they complement each other, the bishops and the pawns. And I like how things have been arranged by Esipenko so far. So I would give him a small edge based on how things stand right now.
And I think AB was just played. And then what do you do if black plays rook a2? I I just like to use this open file for my rook and probably doubling up with my queen, with my rook. And I don't know, I'll think about sacrificing, maybe, I don't know, maybe not now, but just strengthen the a file first with my rook and bringing all the major pieces, because then it could slow the attack down from white side.
Yeah, this is exactly how black should play in, I think, such positions. White, on the other hand, there are two ways. One is you can maybe question the rook with something like queen b1 and try and, it's like asking the rook, what are you doing here? How long are you going to spend in white's territory? Do you have a ticket back home? And not letting the rook on a2 stay there for too long. And another way is to trade this rook with rook e1 takes and take with the bishop so that this rook stays on the king side. So you try and immediately neutralize this rook, which is on the enemy territory. And I guess the third option is to try and ignore both these lines and just go for some kind of an improvement on the king side. I'm not exactly sure how this can happen right now, how I can make further progress on the king side. But I guess eventually it would be some kind of moving some piece towards the king side with maybe queen f2, then rook to e2, and some kind of knight g5, something like this.
Right. Yes. I mean, I think this is pretty much a three-result game.
He
And
plays a h3, or his hand went towards the h pawn, but he took it back.
yeah, I think after this, yeah, bishop c6, and
G4 g5, huh? G4 g5 is maybe
I think that was what Yushipenko was trying to play,
Yeah.
but then he was a bit hesitant, and then now he started thinking again, and I think he will decide on it. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
g4 is on the board.
yeah. This is another way. Queen f2, which I mentioned earlier, was I think it doesn't make a lot of sense. Bit of a thoughtless. But g4 is in line with what would white strategy be?
Yeah. Okay, I'd like to maneuver my bishop to f6, but that means I have to move my knight. But where should I go with the knight? To d7 looks like it, because the bishop went to c6 just now. I think it was for that purpose. And yeah, knight d7 is on the board.
Mhm.
And trying to move the bishop to f6. And now I think white has to try to clarify the position with the rook on a2. Either you play rook a1 or either you play queen b1. Yeah.
Makes sense. Yeah. Because apart from other options, there are threats like knight e5 and bishop f6 mainly. Yeah, bishop f6 is I think a legitimate threat immediately, trying to pose problems for the white bishop on b2 due to the pin against the rook.
Yeah. So what will we see in this position then? Which one that Yushipenko will try to play?
Um, I'm maybe queen b1 to keep
Queen
more
b1,
pieces
yeah.
on the board. Yeah.
And is it out of question really the positional sacrifice taking on b2? Because then after, I mean, queen b1, rook takes b2, queen takes b2, something like that.
I wouldn't put it as out of the question, but potentially not right now, I would say, because black is not prepared
Yes.
to come with the other pieces quickly. If you're able to do that in another circumstance, then but it's always up for consideration from
Yeah.
a strategic perspective.
I mean, right now after queen takes b2, then there is bishop f6. Then where does the queen go?
G2, can I go?
Okay, queen g2. Okay, g5 is kind of annoying there.
Mhm.
All right, so can I put my bishop on c3 first? Just try to
I think
prepare.
this is a little more helpful for me because now I go rook e2,
Mhm.
and now any piece you put on the a file, I can meet it with rook e2, so you can reach b3.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, now it makes sense. Yeah. The sacrifice was a
But
bit
on
too
the other
thin.
hand, the time is a problem for black because white is immediately coming with g5, g6, rushing in,
Mhm.
and black does not have enough time, enough moves to organize a counterplay. He goes queen f2.
Oh, queen f2. So what if after bishop f6, then you're planning to play rook e2 then? I mean, there's no other move, right? Oh, bishop takes f6 is there. I missed the tactic. Oh my gosh. That was the whole idea.
But I don't know, it's still not so bad for black.
It's not so bad actually, yeah. But at least there is this idea that we had to take into account. Okay, so rook takes f2, I think it's forced.
Mhm.
Bishop takes d8, and rook takes f1 check.
Yeah, this coming with a check is very important.
Very important.
Otherwise, black would lose a piece.
Right. So however you take it, the next move will be rook takes d8, and who's better in that position? You can just take rook a1. You're trying to
Yeah, but rook a8
rook a8 is there.
is
Yes.
in time, and I think it's probably going towards a draw.
Yep. Anyway,
Black will
Srinath.
not mind.
No, yeah. I mean, this is still pretty much it's still playable if you want to keep trying for win, but yeah, I think it's just pretty much equal. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would like us to jump to the ninth board. It's our previous winner from the 2023 Qatar Masters Open. Yakuboev is playing with black pieces, and he is in trouble. So we can walk us to since the start of the position, actually, like quickly after d4 and knight
this one
f6.
started with 1d4, and black responded with the king's Indian, starting with d6, but eventually g6, knight c3, bishop g7, e4, short castle, bishop e2, e5. All this is the classical position of the king's Indian, and as we saw, black let white develop an impressive center, and now with e5, Black challenges white center. White ignores it, goes for short castle. And now black played this move h6, which is actually relatively not so well known, at least until a few years ago. But Yakube himself, I think, plays this quite a bit. I remember him playing a game against Vidit in the 2022 Chennai Olympiad.
Oh,
And he actually got a very nice position with black with 7h6. But that was 2022, and in chess, I think 2 years is actually a lot of
a
time.
lot, yes,
A lot
yeah,
of changes take place in 2 years.
exactly.
So white continued with rook e1. He's not surprised by h6. Black played knight bd7, bishop f1. All the center well built and also very nicely protected. Knight to h7 to try and exert more pressure on the center in different ways. White just completely eliminates this possibility with d takes e5, clarifying things in the center. D takes e5 and bishop to e3.
Yes, and then
f5 played by black, which is in accordance with black's general strategy in the King's Indian defense. E takes f5, g takes f5. Here white goes
g3, yes. And then c6 was on the board. I have to be honest with you in this type of position. I don't play this variation against King's Indian, and it looks like everything is loose. I don't know who is better in this one. So after c6, c5 was played, so maybe trying to get the square for the bishop to c4 because the bishop on f1 doesn't do anything anyway, and e4, and the knight didn't go anywhere. It's just queen b3, a check. So trying to see where is the king going. Okay, you only have two moves here, yeah? King h8 or rook f7.
Yeah.
And rook f7 doesn't look very appealing, of course. You have bishop c4. Actually, at this moment, yes. So rook king h8 has to be played, and there goes knight h4. And that's what I said, that Yakuboev is now in trouble because, okay, it's a threat of mate in one. When was the last time you saw a threat of mate in one happening very early in the game?
Well, at least not so far in this tournament. This is the first game that we are seeing something like this.
Oh, yeah.
If black has a careless moment, he could actually get mated really early in the game, which is probably not going to happen. It's almost impossible that black misses knight g6. So I'm guessing knight e5 is the move that comes to your mind immediately.
Okay, so let's consider a few moves here. Yeah, I mean, knight e5 looks the most natural. I agree, but also there's queen f6. There's also queen e8, just to point it out, and also, I was thinking about bishop f6, but okay, knight g6 is there, and then the rook is full. Yeah, that doesn't work. So yeah, knight e5. And then what's after knight e5?
So the immediate danger for black is badly underprepared in terms of their development. So as white, I would probably just play rook d1 and put this rook on d6 and not let this bishop come into the game. Eventually, there is only this knight which is defending the g6 square. So if I just make one...
Srinath. The power of just going for the attack directly. Okay, the knight on e5 is stopping my knight g6. I just want to hit the knight on e5 with...
How?
Oh, actually, I was thinking of bishop d4, but doesn't work actually, because after you take rook d1, the queen is not trapped. There's queen c5. Oh, okay, I missed that one.
Yeah. This was a nice try. This is actually a beautiful try, but
yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't work. Yeah. If only the c5 pawn was protected, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then the queen would be trapped because knight d3 would also be knight g6 check.
Yes. So can I do it on different way then, like bishop f4?
Yeah. Bishop f4 also is one of the strong moves here, I think. I would probably now do some queen e8, but like I mentioned earlier that I wanted to put my rook on d6 in order to prevent this bishop from coming to e6, but it's also right now defending the b7 pawn. So there is also a natural deterrent for the bishop already in place. And bishop f4 looks nice.
But rook a1 looks nice, yeah. But what is the best move in this position, yeah? Like, Yeah, I agree. Rook AD1. I still try to think whether I can make F4 work.
Uh,
Um,
F4 also, yes, it's definitely a move we should consider here. And actually, it could be the best move.
and then
But
Bishop F2.
wow,
Yeah, I just wanna hit the knight on E5. And
interesting.
if you play Queen E8, you're walking into a pin. And if Queen F6 there, Queen F6 you just take anyway.
Yeah,
So
Queen F6 is just taking. This would be a nice variation to show. Queen
yeah.
takes 3 feathers. Knight G6, which is not just a fork, not just a fork which attacks the queen and the rook, but goes directly for the checkmate.
Yeah, well, I still would take the queen there. If the king can go to h9, no, h9 is not possible actually. Yeah,
Yeah,
if there is a square of h9, it's still not possible because of the queen.
H9
Or
I8.
g9, g9. If there's a square of g9, then you can do that.
Yeah,
Okay, we are very hypothetical here. I think Yakubov just played a move, and it was not knight e5. I think it was queen e8.
I think he senses that with the knight on E5, the knight is literally a vulnerable moving target.
Uh-huh.
Actually, it's not even moving target; it's a stationary target. So he doesn't want to put the knight out there. The queen on E8 is much safer from similar ideas to attack. And for now, it seems like black is not immediately lost, but still a very nice position for white. Again, this idea of rook d1 and rook d6, it's something which comes so naturally to my mind
Yep.
because white is just so much better developed and better positioned in terms of where the pieces are.
Exactly. Just just quickly looking at the position itself, by this rule of thumb, if we are teaching the kids on how to evaluate the position, just take a look at first the safety of your king, right?
Right.
They look so much different. And then secondly, look at the activity of the pieces. While all the white pieces are out there, black pieces, some of them are still sleeping, some of them are defending. So it's pretty much already a very huge difference, just optically. We haven't actually deep dive into the specific variation, because then we can actually tell that black is really really in trouble right now. So wow, you know it's not actually very how to say it, like impossible for the players to make upsets in the first rounds.
This is exactly what I was talking about. When you're trying to go off the beaten track in order to try and get your opponent out, this is exactly how things can go wrong as well. So
Yeah.
it's a very delicate balance, a very small, thin line. And if you just overstep it a bit, you're looking at a very bad upset. And it's actually a big loss of rating points. You lose
Exactly.
9 points if you lose a game against a player with so much rating difference.
Yeah, and we see this move on the board, rook ad1 just played. So it is pretty much what we actually talked about before, and it's a very easy move to play anyway, right? Even
Absolutely.
without calculation, without even plan anything, it looks like the most natural move on the board. You just want to bring one other piece left that hasn't been moved yet into the game to the center of the board. That's it. Your job is pretty much done, and then the next moves, I think it would be just you just have to calculate a little bit, and we'll see if white can prove this position to be, if he can convert it well, and then win it in the end.
Absolutely. It would be very interesting to see that. And yeah, um, these plays are not bad at all. Someone like Amit Doshi, Moksha Amit Doshi. Uh, Again, 10 years ago, if I was playing an opponent who was around 23, 83, I would actually be a lot more confident about my chances against them. But in 2024, I think these players have improved so much that you just can't take them lightly. And if you give them a position like this, they're also going to play very confidently. People have become more confident against higher rated players in general in today's times. So that's also one of the factors. You see how quickly he's playing here. In the past, I can imagine him taking a player of this rating taking much more time, just being a little extra sure.
Right. Yes, and we see on the video itself. I mean, if we don't see the game, if we don't see the time situation, if we don't see what's happening on the board, we can just judge from the body language who is better, who is losing, right? And
Yeah.
I think that makes it even more visible to our chess viewers here that white is just pretty much in the upper hand situation right now.
Yeah. Dangerous first rounds. You're just coming into the tournament, you still don't have your rhythm,
Mhm.
and you can quickly find yourself in a bad position against a very decent opponent.
And talking about rhythm, uh, let's go to board 8 because we have Nihal Sarin versus Bukriev. And Nihal, I don't think he needs any more warm up because he just won a very strong President Cup in Uzbekistan. And therefore, was it Kazakhstan or was it Uzbekistan?
It was
It
Uzbekistan.
was
Yeah.
Uzbekistan, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so what was this position? I was just looking at my screen right now. The king is on f1. The rook is hitting the g pawn, and then
We have a couple more moves. Yeah. F1,
yes,
E takes f6, bishop at f6, bishop f4, and this is the present position. A position which is, I think, very much in the fancy of young Irene.
wow, this is totally my position. I love it so much, especially after black played f5. This is, I think, the most critical position or moment in this game is this move f5 because it changes the rhythm of the game.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah,
can you
but
do?
Black had to do it.
Yeah, black had to do it. I was about to ask, like, can you do something on this position as black, but not moving this f pawn because you know who's going to be very upset with this move? Ben Feingold. Don't move your f pawn.
Uh, so when you are under attack like this
Mhm.
against your king, some of the general ways to counter attack is you try and create something on the other side, like the queen side or the center. But here you see there's simply no way to do this.
Yeah.
These pawns on d4 and e5 just controls all these avenues for black. So one reason for this is black lacks space. Black lacks space around the king, and black lacks space for the pieces to find their squares. And
Right.
which is why in such situations the answer is usually a pawn break.
Mm.
So if you try a pawn break with f6, which might be more natural, then in this case white had knight
Yeah,
to
knight
h4,
h4.
and the knight invades to g6. So this is the reason why black had to play the pawn to f5 instead. And this basically says that if you don't capture it, then I gain the control of the e4 square. I restrict the light square bishop,
Mm-hmm.
and I gain some useful space on the king side in any case as black.
Ah, I didn't see that idea. Yeah. Okay, so that pawn break has to be done then, yeah?
So effectively, black played f6, but by playing f5, forcing e takes f6. And now after bishop into f6, the king breathes a little better. And especially look at the options for black pieces now and the pawns to breathe better.
Right.
So black wants to further break with e5 now, and Nihal sees it. He doesn't allow it to happen with bishop f4. And the position, it still remains in balance because although you have this massive weakness on the light square, and basically if you just put a white queen on d3 and bishop on b1, it's almost game over. It's impossible to defend. But you're not able to do this because the e4 square, which is the only entry point, is controlled by the b7 bishop.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a little too complicated to otherwise organize something like this. It takes too much time.
Exactly. Yeah, and then yeah, the bishop on f4 too. It doesn't stand so strongly there. You know, you might have to move it at some point. Yeah. Okay. So now you convinced me, Srinath. You convinced me on this move because at first I thought it would be just a suicide move, like letting the bishop to control this long diagonal and a possible battery with the queen as well. It would be looking very deadly to the king. But yeah, there's simply not enough time to do it because black has also some ideas up on his sleeve, and yeah, this could be interesting. And I think I would like us to go back to the second board between Abdusattor versus Reza Mahdavi there,
Wow.
because yeah,
Wow.
exactly. That's exactly the reaction that I was looking for. Yes, we have another king being exposed on g8. It's almost looking the same like Yakubov's game, but let's see if this is a better version for black. So after g4, only a few moves come up on the board. It's knight g7 followed by rook g1.
Hmm. So knight g7 trying to, I guess, eliminate one of the attackers. Rook g1 literally inviting black to do that,
Yes.
saying that if black takes on h5,
Oh, we can say goodbye to this game.
absolutely a discard check, and it's probably game over in next few moves. So
Yes.
this eliminates the possibility of knight into h5, and this also, if you don't move this knight on g7, the bishop on h8 is also out of the game for now. This is not an easy position to defend as a human. Of course, the first and the most important thing is absolutely don't let white open the g file at any cost. This is disastrous for black. And the problem with not being able to do that is this knight on h5 controls so many key squares, not allowing black to, let's say, take this queen out into the game. And without taking the queen out, this rook doesn't participate in the defense. So these are the practical problems that black faces right now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's already not easy to, maybe queen e7 is a possible move here, but yeah, this is what I feared. Any move I make is it's probably going to worsen black's position.
Right. Well, I was just trying to remember. Actually, not remember. I remember everything because I was here last year. The two Nordicbacks were playing in a tiebreak for the title. So it looks like, you know, especially for Abdusattorov, who had a very good year in 2022. His team and also with the other Nordicback, Yakubov, they won the Olympiad, the gold Olympiad in Chennai, and then 2023 as well. I mean, these two young prodigies from Uzbekistan, they're just, proving themselves to be in the elite group of the chess world. And then last year, Abdusattorov Nordicback and Yakubov Nordicback, they played a tiebreak for the title of the 2023 Qatar Masters Open. And it feels like now that Abdusattorov is just trying to, hey, this is my year. I'm going to take what was being stolen, maybe, I don't know, because it was such a very intense battle between these two last year, and already on the first round it looks like things are looking good for Abdusattorov, and the opposite is happening to Yakuboev. So yeah, what is your take? I know it's a bit too early to ask or to predict who's going to win, but let's just take a random guess because your prediction might actually come true.
I mean, if you're talking about this game, then I think Abdusattorov is probably going to win for sure. I have such incredible confidence in him, not just based on the position, but also in general. If you need someone in your team, Abdusattorov is, one of the guys that my mind goes to at the very beginning. He has such strong force,
Right.
and he plays so fast and he plays so strong that it's very difficult to cope up against that. And in a position like this, with so much in control, I think I just don't see Abdusattorov not winning this game.
Yeah, I'm totally on with you this one. Yeah, and also he's a very confident player. Like I think it shows by his
Body
way of
language.
playing. Yeah,
Yeah,
also
yeah.
body language. Because he keeps playing his moves fast. He knows what he's doing, and of course, by saying that, we know that he's also an excellent rapid and blitz player too. So, well, there's so many things going on right now, but we're only focusing on the top 10 boards, and yeah, we can also enjoy. You know what? I really like the background of the playing hall right now. This is the type of color which is in the borderline of burgundy and fuchsia. I know for men it was like, okay, red, purple, or pink, but for us we have this type of name for each color. So it's like in the bird, yeah, in the you know uh pretty much the color of the FCB.
Burgundy and fuchsia.
Yeah, like you
Okay.
see, like in the the top one is like the burgundy, and then it's like a gradation to the fuchsia, and also with some lighting there. It's just beautiful.
I just see light violet and dark violet.
Okay, that's one way to put it, but but good enough, good enough. At least you don't say it's red, because
Thank you.
I would be very upset if you see, oh, I don't see any other color but only red now. Okay, okay, dark violet, light violet, it's good enough. Anyway, there are some questions from the chat, and I just want to put it up right now. Actually, we already talked about it. There's a question from Anshika Shatalanwani. What are their prediction? Oh, what are our prediction pre-round? And what would be interesting to see it change as the round progress?
Pre-round, I guess Abdul Sattar's game, we can be pretty clear that he's a big favorite. And in general, I see most of the higher seeds probably winning today. Except in that, if we are focusing on top 10 votes, then Yakubev has a
Yakubev.
very dodgy position. Estipenko was not so convincing, and the we haven't looked at the 10th board yet between Hike and Samit Panda. So I don't know about this game, but the other games in general, unless there's a reason, I think the top higher seeds are the likely favorites.
Yeah. Well, I was just trying to check one by one for you if there's any interesting position come up on the board. Well, to me, it looks like most of the games that we have on the top 10 boards, they are unique in their own way, because I see if we come back to the first board, we can quickly check what's happening between Arjun Ergaisi versus Abdurrahmanov. And in this game, it looks to me that Arjun is trying to showcase his positional endgame skill, because he doesn't want to take any risk like what the other top players are doing right now against low-rated players. In this game, Arjun is like, okay, I'm going to exchange all my queens and then 2 of the minor pieces. I have this that's looking like a better endgame structure, especially for the pawn, and I'm just going to try to prove that is going to be better for black in the end. Although, well, also for, I mean, in hindsight, it looks like it's just equal, but this is also the strength of Arjun. Yeah, he's very capable of playing an aggressive, also like a tactical position, but he also doesn't mind if you come to a very calm, quiet endgame like this without any risk. Then he would just try to squeeze everything, squeeze the water out of a rock if you could have it. So what just happened is this position. Yeah, Bishop A8 is on the board.
So equal endgame, but like you pointed out, there are these few imbalances, which helps white control a few key squares, but also can turn out to be weaknesses later. And I guess Arjun is he's just got in a position, and he's trying to play a long game. I think you covered most of the points in this position and in this situation in general. But yeah, a bit unlike Arjun, I must say, because I remember in the Olympiad, I think in one of the only games India was in any trouble was his first round game, where he sacrificed a piece and he was actually considerably worse. He managed to win that game, but yeah, Arjun is someone who's known to take some outrageous risks, which only he's capable of pulling off. But he started with a sane. He started in a sane way, which not quite like Arjun, but maybe not quite unlike Arjun either.
Yeah. Oh, I just saw the idea of G4, because looks like in this position, you wouldn't like to move your pawn. You would like to have your pawn as protected as possible. The idea is probably, if I can guess, if you move one step back, okay, this one. Let's say you play a move like, okay, A5, just for just for the sake of the idea. There might be knight going to F5. And then if you take it, okay, this is wrong. It is not the right time. Okay,
because bishop E4, which comes with a check.
That's it. Yeah, I forgot the king is on B1. Oh, so that's unfortunate.
Bishop A6 was probably
that was my idea. That was the
but
idea.
Bishop E4 comes with a check. If it didn't come with a check, then this idea would work with the king on E1.
That is a very, yeah, unfortunate for the king to be on b1. Otherwise, this idea would have been nice to happen on the board. Okay, so what happened was after g4, bishop a8. Yeah, I think Arjun was just trying to eliminate this idea, like this knight f5 sacrifice. After g4, bishop a8. Yeah, bishop a8. Yeah, and then to have all the pieces protected. I think the only piece that no, all the pieces are protected, only the pawns on a7 and g7, and it's very hard to get to them anyway, so
Yeah.
it's not really a problem. So yeah, on one position we have a game like this where we can see that it's going to be like quite a long end game. Arjun will try to prove that his position is better pawn structure wise, but also on the other hand we see a position of can we just quickly look at Yakuboev again just to see what's it's happening. So rook a d1, knight e5, and then f4. Oh,
Yeah, he sees it,
He
and
sees it.
he's played it pretty quickly as far as I can see.
Yeah.
Yakuboev seems to be in deep trouble, and despite his rating difference, I actually feel very scared for his chances now because the play for white is very direct. You can literally see it happening, and after e takes f3, here probably bishop to d4 is very strong. Yeah, you also keep the f2
Bishop
square.
f2 also, yeah, like any move here, as long as you open up the e file, I think it's pretty strong. And yeah, I don't see it's happening actually. I don't think the en passant would happen. And also, on the other hand, I was thinking if knight f3 is possible, just trying to get rid of this knight on h4. But then again, having the rooks in the center, you can just take the knight, takes the knight, and then bishop f2. And I think everything just works out for white. Rook d6 is coming. Anything comes, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Wow, we might actually see an
That would be a
upset here.
crazy upset. The defending champion. He's
Yeah.
not just a highly rated player, but he's the defending champion here, and he's the one in the deepest trouble right now.
Exactly. Yeah. Out of the 10 boards, out of the top 10 boards, yeah, only Yakuboev, the seeded of the tournament, is having such a nightmarish position. I don't know if he could survive. It looks like everything is in white sand, but it is not our problem because we can just throw in every single pieces, to sacrifice here and there. And I think, Srinath, I need to take a breather because this game is so exciting. I would like to see the continuation of this game after our first break because I also have to check other games because they are, I think, equally interesting as well. So don't go anywhere, guys. We will be back after a short break.
Qatar Masters gathers top chess players from around the world here in Doha, the Pearl of Qatar. Tournament started by the game of the future Grandmasters. "250 participants are divided into two groups, A group and B group, from 44 countries. The total prize fund is $108,000 USA, from which the winner gets $25,000. Our broadcasts with expert commentaries have more than 1 million views in the social medias. Here the tension increases every second and the winner will be determined at the last moment. Qatar Masters 2023 is over, but it was an amazing run for the chess players and also great for the chess fans to watch all the games. We have seen a lot of excitement, some of the upsets, sacrifices, blunders, checkmates, and all of this that we love to see. Here we are in Doha, the capital of Qatar, getting ready for Qatar Masters 2024, and this is a perfect location for the sport activities. Right now we are at the Formula One finals, and this place is known as to love to the sports like football, like race, and also chess. Keep following our broadcast and be updated with the results.
Hello, welcome back everyone to the 2024 Qatar Masters Open. Still with me, Irene Sukandar and Grandmaster Srinath Narayanan. And we are still covering the first round right now, which are getting even more exciting. And let's take a look quickly at the game between Abdusattorov versus Madhavi Reza, because it looks like, wow, it looks like it is the most exciting position that I can play right now. If I were in the tournament, I would totally play this one as white.
Really? This one or the one against Yakubayev?
Oh no, that is a hard choice because both are very interesting. Okay, let's take a look one by one first. So we saw this position after Rook G1, and then what happened next? Three.
So Black logically played b5. Black had to try and get some counterplay over this side, which for some reason the computer does not like. But as a human, this would probably be the most natural move that someone plays here. And White took open the a5, open the a5, and now he went rook to a7.
Wow. I mean, that was the most natural move, I would say, because typically you would like to have your rook on the 7th rank, but I can see it. The evaluation bar just dropped down.
Exactly, which is what surprised me. I couldn't even understand why it dropped by so much. And it also makes me curious then what was the right way to continue here? Is it for some reason to take the pawn directly so that this knight has the e4 square? Because what happened in the game with rook a7 is that Black played the pawn to b4, and then his knight did not have this e4 square to retreat to, which Nordenberg didn't seem to mind. He just went g takes f5 almost immediately. He took just
Wow.
8 seconds for this move, or 12 seconds. He just took 12 seconds for this move. He played g takes f5, and after b takes c3, queen takes c3 again played almost instantly. Nordenberg is like, I don't care. I don't care about the piece. I'm just going to checkmate you. But the computer is not impressed.
Yeah, I mean, compared to what he had before, well, we can just say that it's 2.2, that plus 2.2, and now it's just 0, 0. So, but this is not a very easy position for Black to solve, even though Black, okay, technically is a piece up, but what does the bishop on h8 do, right? And then the knight is pinned. So I think we can figure it out why Nordirback Abdusattorov choosing to play this position, because it looks like all the white pieces are just out there to attack, and Black is just trying to defend it.
Yeah, and his opponent does not know that the eval dropped from +2 to 0.
No one knows there. No one knows in the playing hall.
So he's just up against a very dangerous. But did you see did you catch his expression after Queen H4? It seemed it seemed like he was not totally expecting it, and it seemed like Abdusatru was not totally expecting it, and I'm not sure if he's surprised by this move.
Ooh.
It's very hard to interpret exactly, but Queen H4 attacking the H5 knight and also taking control of the F4 square, which makes a difference in a variation like this after oh no, this cannot work because the D7 bishop is
Yeah, Rook G7 and Rook D7 is there.
Yeah,
the knight is pinned.
So in this case, after knight into G7, what is Black's response? This is probably what White would have intended, right? And something is Queen into H6 then the move here?
And knight E6.
Knight E6, and now your answer to the question: what is the bishop on H8 doing? Defending when it's required.
Then F6.
F6, I think I can just take the pawn.
Sorry. Yeah. The queen is already there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The queen being on H4 and H6 makes a lot of difference in both these positions. We could continue with F4 potentially. Oh, knight G4 is the problem.
Wow. Wow, it's a double attack to the queen and to the king on queen H2 is there.
But no, not knight G4. F4 there's something else for Black here. What is it?
Bishop E6?
Yeah, maybe it's just bishop E6.
Right. So after queen H4, can we play F4 to protect the knight on H5?
Possible, understandable, I think natural, I would say, but for some reason also this is not working so great for white. Maybe because of this
Bishop,
bishop here.
yeah. And then bishop e4 is there. Ooh, okay, now who's attacking who, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, wow. So it can happen. I think on the first round, especially on the first round, you were saying before that you're trying to find out your rhythm first, and I think and for the Abu Satarov, on the other day, like any day of his office day, like after winning or having like a advantage 2.2, I think it wouldn't be slipped off of his hand quite easily like that. But okay, first round, anything can still happen. This is where actually most of the upsets are happening. And speaking about the upset, let's update ourselves on Yakuboev. Let's see what his fellow Uzbek is doing on his game, whether he's surviving or not. Oh, the queen is off of the board.
Yeah. We had the same reaction because the queen is a very. Oh wow! Wow!
Oh,
Look at this move.
that's my type of tactic.
I know. Right?
Rook d8, such a fancy move.
Beautiful.
Very beautiful.
Beautiful idea.
And you have to take it.
Yes.
I mean, you have to take the knight. I mean, not the rook. Yeah. Okay. So rook e8.
Knight f3.
Knight f3 first. Yes.
And after king f2, rook into e8. Black survives for the moment because black has a rook and a minor piece, and this knight on f3 is actually not all that bad. But I guess white continues with rook d1 here, and for now he keeps a substantial advantage. If something like bishop to e6, I would maybe just go bishop c4 here. Not allow something like queen into b7 and rook b8. But okay, computer is just heartless. Yeah, it just takes all the pawns, allows the rook to b2, and now maybe just knight e2, and it says everything is fine. Or bishop e2.
Bishop e2 looks more better, yeah, because rook e8 is under attack. Yeah. But wow, it's gonna be heartbreaking for Yakuboev, and also losing the first round. It's going to make his task harder to retain the title.
Yeah, it's still considerable time away from having an advantage and actually winning, but it certainly looks very bad for Yakuboev at the moment, the defending champion.
Yeah, that's right. And I think let's go to the 10th board because we still haven't seen this game at all. So let's see and update ourselves on the opening and what is Marty Roshan is doing here against Panda Sambit.
So this game, it started with 1 d4 from white, and after d5, c4, black actually accepted this queen's gambit. Black took d takes c4, and the queen's gambit accepted is, I think, one of the most solid openings out there as black. After d takes c4 here, white usually has two main ideas to try and recapture the pawn on c4. One is the e4, and the other is with e3, which also defends the d4 pawn. But with this, when white wants to do this idea with e3, they usually begin with knight f3, taking the e5 square under control. Because when you start with the e3, black has this additional possibility of e5, liquidating white's center instantly.
Right.
So for this reason, white began with knight f3, followed by e3, going towards one of the most solid setups against the queen's gambit accepted. And after e6, we see white's idea, bishop into c4. And here, black's main move is, of course, c5, which black played here. But there is also the other lesser known move with bishop e7, which is a weapon that Gukesh uses from time to time, including against Hikaru Nakamura in the last round of candidates. So c5, short castle. And now black just took c takes d4, which is, again, I think not a very commonly played move on the sixth move. Here, either a6 or knight c6, these are the top moves. But with c takes d4, knight takes d4, bishop c5, I think black took white a little by surprise. And this explains why white took so much time early on in the opening, because c takes d4 is not a very commonly
Yeah.
played move on the sixth move here. B3, understandable move, because black, it's not strategically a great idea for black to give up this dark square bishop. Then white will have the pair of bishops and a strong dark square bishop, and white will be able to open up the position with knight c3 and d5 and a couple of moves. So black played short castle, white developed the bishop, queen to e7, getting the pieces out into places. Now white brings out all the undeveloped pieces with knight d2. Black played rook to d8. Now queen to c2, preparing knight e4 and also bringing the queen out into action. White has precisely very few moves for black to be able to develop their pieces. And within this time, white will want to try and strike as much as possible. So queen to c2, b6, trying to get the bishop developed. Now knight e4, kind of forcing black to give up one of the bishops, securing a slight strategic advantage. Bishop into d4, bishop into d4. At this point, I think I could have been very happy to get the pair of bishops. Knight d7, protecting the f6 knight. Knight to g3, bishop d7. Black finally gets out all the pieces, but at the cost of losing the one of the bishops. Rook a d1, bringing centralizing the rook. a6, e4, controlling the center move. And after b5, we have the present position.
Yep.
I think slightly pleasant for white, but a very stable advantage. And with black, we see an instance where probably he saw that the computer was showing 0.00 when he was preparing, but he didn't quite understand the nuances post that. And white is gradually outplaying black.
That's sometimes my problem too, Sri, because I trust computers so much until I forgot about the practical human point of view for the position. Because, well, if the computer says 0-0, we shouldn't really believe it because, well, in practical way, when we're facing the game on our own, it might be different because the next few moves, you might actually make some mistakes and it would change the evaluation a lot. Well, the computer can hold it until the end, of course, but for human, I think it's going to be very hard. Yeah, I totally agree with you on this position. White has a very stable advantage positionally. I like how white has a pair of bishops here. I was just imagining in the any sort of scenario in the end game. Let's say you put the bishop on e2, you put the pawn on f3. You can even, try to exchange a few of the major pieces, and then in the end, it's very typical to have this bishop on this light square where it can actually laser down to the a6 pawn at some point. And of course, the knight on g3 will be maneuvered at some point, maybe to f1 to e3. I can just see all the scenario for white, which is going to be excellent. But for black, it's going to be very hard to dance around with the knights, playing some maneuver stuff because there is no concrete way to play in this position.
Yeah, and this bishop on d4, it so effectively controls this knight that you see when you have a bishop about two lines away from the knight, it controls most of the squares that the knight can go to. And it is also the case in this instance. Black cannot play something like e5 to try and drive away the bishop because then that would weaken the f5 square. So strategically, it's still holdable for black and it's a relatively small edge. But these are the kind of situations in which the advantage gradually keeps going higher and higher.
Yeah. So, well, Martirosyan is a very strong player. I guess he's going to try to keep his advantage and try to convert it. And well, let's take a look on the other game. I think that we haven't taken a look before. It's board 7 between Pamela Nguyen from Vietnam playing against another Uzbek prodigy, Shamsuddin Fakidov. And there's still so many pieces on the board, Sri.
So many pieces on the board, but again, we see black having the pair of bishops and white. It's a bit hard to count the pawns. Yeah, it turns out it's equal pawns. But for a moment, I thought white might be having an extra pawn, but black doesn't have the f pawn and white does not have the d pawn. e5 has just been played by white, which the computer doesn't agree with, probably due to how it opens up the black pieces, the black's bishops. I guess d takes e5 is in the natural response. Knight takes e5. White wants his knight on e5, and now black should decide how they want to continue.
Is there any way for black to respond to the e5? I mean, can we not take the pawn? Let's say, can we jump with the knight to d5?
Also possible. In fact, it might actually be better in a way that it doesn't allow the e5 square for the knight. But the reason why I immediately took was that the f6 knight was defending the g4 pawn,
Right.
and in this case, I can capture it and also try and secure an avenue to attack the e6 pawn.
So does it mean that we take the f3 first? Ah, no. This is very complicated. Of course, if we try to get one by one, it's very complicated. If you
Yeah,
even
we
if
can
you
lose all day.
Yeah, even if you take the f3, you can take it back with the pawn. I don't know who's actually better, maybe white, because then kind of, you see the e-file bar is like boom, 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 boom in every move. So if you take with the knight, is it better? And
Yeah.
and also the next question is, why is it better, right?
So in this case, this opens up the queen, I think, a bit more towards the h5 point, taking with the knight, and also potentially allows this knight to come to e5 without disturbing the well-placed knight on g6. So this is the reason why taking with the knight is better than taking with the pawn. Just brings more of white's pieces into play. But on the other hand, yeah, this is also the reason why after e5, I think black should probably take
Just take
takes
it, yeah?
e5. Yeah?
Mm.
I think this is more natural,
Yes.
unless I'm missing something obvious.
Also, I was thinking, is the inclusion of c5, c4 is a good inclusion instead of taking, and after bishop moves, then you can take. I don't know actually if it makes any difference. Oh, but you take. What is going on?
Queen into e6 check comes.
Oh, there's queen e3. Is it?
Queen e6.
Queen e6.
check,
Queen e6. Sorry. That one is Emperor.
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, then it just take, but still, it's not the end of everything because it's just the beginning of one line there after e5 d e5 knight e5, and probably black would try to open up the diagonals for the bishops, but how can black start doing it?
One idea I see is maybe to play knight to d5 here and attack the e5 knight, provoke an f4, and then once you play f4 here, then I can in the future try for a h4 break to weaken this f4 point. So black may not do anything immediately. Black may not do anything instantly, but here black has options, I guess, on how they can continue.
Right. Wow, it's very complicated.
Yeah, it is still, I think, very much in the balance, and it is still, I think,
It's a three
quite
result
complex.
game still, yeah?
Yeah.
It's totally a three result game. Okay, I would like us to go to Parham's game because, well, it might still be three result game, but this has fizzled out quite quickly compared to other games in the top 10 boards.
Wow.
So which point did we see before? I think it
Quite
was
early in opening.
early in the opening after
yeah.
knight e2, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's quickly see.
Picking up from where we left, black continued with knight c6 here. Now the game has become very fast moving. Attacking the d4 pawn, d5, attacking the knight moved away. The bishop goes to e2, and now d5. White continued with bishop e3, developing the bishop and attacking the c5 pawn. Black defended the pawn with queen c7. And now white inserted ab5, short castle. White has got all their pieces out. Now he plays queen to d2, also to bring the rook into the game, and potentially there are also bishop h6 related ideas. Bishop d7 by Parham, rook a d1, and now it's actually not so easy to understand how black plays here, because the queen side seems like black has improved as much as he can, and on the king side the pawn breaks are not quite possible because of the bishop on a2. So he played the knight to b7 trying to bring this knight into the game. White countered with f4, intending to meet knight d6 with e5. Black saw this coming, of course, and he played knight to e4, attacking the queen. So far, Parham in control. The queen moved away. The bishop went to g4, threatening bishop into e2 and knight into c3 on the next move. White defended the c3 pawn with rook c1. Queen e5, exerting further pressure on both a2 as well as the c3 point. Bishop went to d1. And now Parham took bishop into e2, attacking the f1 rook, intending that if white takes queen into e2, he can take the c3 pawn, and the queen cannot gain much from a pin on this diagonal, because firstly the a5 queen is not even hanging, and secondly black has the option to always play d4 and secure the knight. So he was probably anticipating this, but here, since the e4 knight is also hanging, white played rook to e1, attacking both the e2 bishop as well as the knight on e4. The game continued with knight into c3, queen into c3, queen into c3, rook into c3, and now black played bishop to c4, but white took the pawn on c5, attacking the e7 pawn. Bishop into d5, bishop into e7, more pawns getting traded, rook e8. And now after bishop d6, here it seems like Parham played rook to a4, white continued with rook c5. And yeah, like you mentioned, the position still, there's still some life in the position.
Yeah.
But if this b5 pawn is captured, then we might not have much to play with this black.
Exactly. Yeah, but this is interesting because we have a pair of rooks and a pair of bishops for each. And yeah, you're right. The b5 pawn is actually I think the soul of this game. Yeah. If this one has been taken away from the game, then things are kind of a bit simpler for white here. But also, how do we try to get the bishop on g7 into play? Should it be just sit out and wait? Because it looks like black's pieces are a little bit discoordinated.
So right now, black doesn't have a lot of time to even wonder about it, I think, because this b5 pawn, keeping it alive is more important. With rook d4, Parham protects the d5 bishop, but after rook into b5, he's probably intending bishop to c6 to try and take rook into d6. Because
Some
the even
tactics,
rook
yeah.
is pinned. Yeah.
Tactics always. But here we have rook b8. But again, we are right. After rook b8, rook takes, bishop takes, maybe rook f4, but there's e6 too. I don't know, actually. We have to calculate this thoroughly.
Yeah, here it seems like I thought it's fizzling out towards a draw, but here this bishop finally maybe comes into the game. Yeah.
And then there is rook f2 or rook g4 because it's made in one on g2. So maybe rook f2 is better.
Yeah, rook f2 is better.
Yeah, rook f2 is better because now it's a bit hard. I mean, you can take on e takes f7, but it's just only one check. You can take it back. I think with the king, and then the king is safe now. There is no problem. But then the two bishops, yeah, it's so much different. The black's bishops and the white's bishops, they're just very different in terms of their activity right now. So wow, okay, so it's not happening yet, or I don't think it's going to happen anyway. But after rook d4, can we see another alternative for white in this position?
White certainly should look for another alternative, but it's actually not at all. It's not. There are actually a lot of dangers for white in this position. One threat is rook coming to d2, and there is no way to secure this rook on e1 because that involves bringing the king closer to the rook, and that just allows black to put the bishop on c4. So apart from rook into b5, do you see any other options, Irene, for white here?
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I think rook b5, and then you just have to accept your fate that you have to calculate all this variation till the end. There might be a way to get white out from that type of threat that we already saw in this position. So I think rook b8, I think it has to be played because otherwise rook d6 will come. And after rook takes, rook takes, rook takes, bishop, rook takes f4. Okay, then white has to be patient here, not to push the e pawn right away, but rather play something else.
H3,
H3, I like it, yeah. stopping rook g4, and yeah, the pawn on e5 is well protected, and you don't actually have any problem in this position.
Yeah, still a bit nervous as white, I would say, like with the bishop coming in. But these are also the kind of positions where, as white, you can even sacrifice the e pawn and still hold because it's a 2 versus 3, which in all likelihood will be easily defendable as white here.
Yes, yes. Okay, so I was just checking other position. There's still no move from Abdusattorov after queen h4.
Now he's thinking, yeah,
He's thinking.
He should actually think first and move later. But he moved first and he's thinking later now.
Yeah, yeah. Probably not the proper timing with his time situation. Okay, let's go back to the first board actually. Abdurrahmanov versus Arigaisi. And there's some pawn exchange already happened on the king side.
Oh yeah, so this has clarified a lot more. I guess the position is still it's still very much in the balance, but white wouldn't mind more pawns being traded. Eventually, the more pieces of pawns get traded, the closer it gets towards the draw, right?
Yes.
And I think white wouldn't mind that at all. As black might be looking to play e5 at some point, I think. Just securing the pawn on f4, the knight on f4, and also avoiding further trades. Another avenue for black to try and improve the position is getting the rook onto the h5. Nothing immediate, but just capturing more squares. But you do need to watch out for white's immediate threat. Like rook h8 immediately wouldn't be possible because there is f takes e6, f takes e6, and now knight f5 check.
Right.
Winning at least a pawn. So black needs to watch out for this sort of a thing. E5 is one move. I guess G6. I don't know.
G6.
G6 I don't like. Maybe just takes and some kind of knight into E6. Yeah, this works.
Yeah, just that one. Yeah, and then bishop b3 is there.
Bishop b3 or maybe rook e2 first is better.
Oh, if rook e2, then bishop d5.
Bishop d5 now bishop b3.
Ah, that's what you meant.
Yeah, because if you start with bishop b3, then after d5, rook e2, there's rook d6 or rook d6.
Yeah. But okay, on that position after bishop d5, bishop b3, I can argue that maybe rook c4. Oh, but that's kind of, you just take on e6, bishop e6, bishop c4. Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, tactics everywhere. Yes. Oh, d5 is still there. It's still not the end of the world, actually.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world, but you lost a pawn.
Yeah, you lost a pawn. That's right.
So yeah, this is these are the potential threats against black that he has to watch out for. That's why instinctively I went for e5 early on, just to take care of these things. But maybe Arjun has something else up his sleeve.
Yeah, I'm wondering which one it is, because if e5 is that obvious, then I think he would just play it right away. But he's thinking right now. So
true. Rook c5 could be a
Rook c5, I like it. Yeah, I don't mind actually exchanging this rook on e5.
Yeah, and it protects the f5 square, which is, I think, one of the cause of a lot of problems.
Yeah, I love the bishop on a8. Although in many cases, when you have the bishop on a8, it doesn't mean it is a good bishop. But I think in this position, you're hitting on f3. The knight on f4 is stopping the pawn so that the bishop can still threaten the pawn on f3. So yeah, it's still going to be a long end game. I mean, white can still hold this, but optically, it looks like black is in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and having looked at rook c5, that's my guess now, because e5 is kind of committed, so it makes it more harder to reach these pawns of white. So let's see if Arjun is able to show a masterpiece or if his opponent is able to make an upset.
Right. And by the way, we have such a huge time gap between these two players on board 6. Ishipenko still has over an hour on his clock, while his opponent is down to 6 minutes, and they are still on move. Okay, they're already on move 35 actually. So five more or six more moves to go for black player here for Barodia, but looks like Yushipenko is just so relaxed right now. He can even take time to go to the refreshment area, have some coffee or tea, and then come back to the board because he still has over an hour. And it's the knight on d5, the octopus knight. You know, it's looking very annoying for black in this position.
Yeah, on the whole, the entire position is closed, but the only open file, the A file, is completely captured by white. So that makes a massive difference. The rook on g8 is absolutely out of the game, and I can't imagine a situation where the rook comes back into the game. It's blocked by its own king, its own pawn. The immediate avenue to try and get out is blocked by
Yeah.
the g6 pawn. So the position looks hopelessly lost for black, and this might actually be the first result in this whole round.
It could be. Actually, what just happened? Let's take a look quickly. Just I just want to see
From
for my
yeah.
imagination because it looks like white was doing just okay, black was also doing okay, but somehow everything just unfolded very quickly.
Yeah, this is where we were, yeah, with queen f2, and the computer actually ah, uh, but we saw this position without the black pawn on e5, and he played e5 here.
Oh, okay,
That
yeah,
made the difference.
that might be, yeah,
Yeah.
that's the whole idea.
Yeah. This makes a lot of difference because
Yeah, that's
now
right.
everything makes sense. White's moves g4,
Yeah,
queen f2, the pawn coming to h4, and black played f6, which puts the king in a situation where there's limited space. White eliminated the counterplay with rook a1, taking the open a5, and then he attacks on both the flanks. The king tries to escape, queen g3, pursuing the king, bishop c1, trying to bring in more support for g5, knight g2, again trying to bring more support. G5 finally happens. Rook to A7. The rook also coming into the play. Look at how he's attacking from both the flanks. And while black is scrambling to protect the king on the king side because that's the most immediate threat. On the other side, white also slowly takes over the A file, control of the A file, while all of black's attention is towards protecting its king. And that's how we reach this position after g6 check, king e8. The rook on g8 is out, and the position is just strategically completely lost for black. The knight comes into the play, knight e3 followed by knight d5, bishop into d5, e takes d5, bishop c7, and this is the position we have right now. With taking e takes d5, white has also opened up the e4 square for the knight. Not that it matters right now, but
yeah.
uh, it can be useful to attack this d6 pawn. So one simple idea: knight comes to e4, rook goes to a6, and white captures the d6 pawn.
Yes.
Or the queen comes in with queen a4, queen c6.
No, it's totally pleasant. You can even, you know what? You can even try to play king h1, king h2 for the next few moves without having to risk anything because this position is just like one way direction. And then actually, can you put the position before bishop takes c6? Because the whole idea after black's played e5, I just want to quickly highlight there the importance of playing with the knights in a close position. I think it is very important for all the chess players to understand the nuance when to play with the knights, when to play with the bishop. And here, of course, Zhipenko know it very well. And when he has these knights, he just kept all the positions close so that the bishops that black had didn't really go into play. And you know, when everything is closed, the knights can just jump over other pieces, other pawns easily, while the ducks, sorry, the black's bishop, they were just very restricted and they didn't have any way into the play. So it is very important, yeah, the difference between the play of the knight and the bishop.
Absolutely. Yeah, so this is where it stands right now. This is the live position, and at this, Esipenko is just taking his time to gradually move into finish off the game. Black will still defend, I guess, for a few more moves, but I don't really see the result of the game in any question.
Yes. So this one, I think, could be one of the games that would finish earlier in this round out of the top 10 boats. And who is also in some sort of time trouble is Ashraf Artin playing against Tabata Bay on board 5. We haven't
Oh wow,
really.
that's actually
It's a
kind
very
of
interesting
quite early,
position,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, it's a very interesting position, but he also has to make 20 more moves, with
Ooh.
just 9 more minutes remaining. Whereas Yash has 5 minutes for like 3 or 4 moves.
Mm-hmm.
This is like 20 more moves, a lot more moves. And I guess we last saw the position around this point. After F4, Queen B6, Knight to F3, defending the G1 point. Bishop to D7. And here, White decided to put the bishop on B2. And he started with Queen to D2. I'm not sure if this was necessary though. Maybe he could just start with b3. But with queen d2, I guess the point is he tried to take the e3 square under control and play the bishop to b2, forcing that if he went bishop b2 without the queen coming to d2, then this queen can come to e3.
Right.
But still, queen to d2, pawn to b3, and black played knight a5, preparing to go knight c4 against bishop b2,
Mm-hmm.
using the pin, and white protected it with queen b3, now preparing to go bishop e3. Black brought the other knight with knight f8, bishop to. Oh, but I don't like this move, bishop b2. I think here maybe he should have probably gone something else.
What?
Changed his bishop
But
e3 or bishop d2.
but maybe what he doesn't like after bishop e3 is, I don't know, probably a move like queen c7, attacking the knight and the pawn on c2. So you cannot really move the knight, and you might have to move your bishop back to d2.
Yeah, indeed. So maybe in that case, maybe just start with bishop d2. Yeah, not allow this move queen c7. Either way, this bishop is important to protect the f4 pawn, and I think that's why I prefer to have it on this diagonal. Once he went bishop to b2, black immediately grabbed on the chance with knight to g6, and now this knight had to go to e2 to protect the pawn, but this further imbalances white's piece coordination because this loses control of the b5
Right.
pawn. So
Mm-hmm.
black struck with d5, e takes d5, bishop to b5. This is the position we have right now, and it seems like after bishop b5 is where he's been spending most of his time because he's been unable to just find a more against bishop b5.
Yeah.
But I would say the cause of his problem, it started with this move bishop b2. Until this point, I think White's position was fine, and the bishop had to stay in this diagonal.
Yeah, but that was the problem that cannot easily be solved for white. Yeah, where to develop the bishop, and it feels like having the king in the center. Okay, black has also the king in the center, but you can see the difference of the safety of the king, right? Because white's king is just looking way too exposed. So that's not a very easy problem to solve as well. But I think white is a bit too hurry, in solving this one. Maybe he has to come up with some other preparation move, or maybe he has to just accept the fate that you cannot develop that bishop that way. Maybe, I don't know, like a move like a3 b4. It looks bad, actually. It looks bad, but you know what I mean. Just some other alternative.
Yeah, no, bishop d2 to me looks totally fine with the same idea, but you're keeping that first point under control, and you take the king to safety on the next move with long castle. This I think would have kept White's position out of danger at the very least. But
Yeah.
still the position remains complex, and there are a lot of ways for Black to set problems against White. With bishop d2, I think it became easier for Amin to do this. And in the present position, although it's 0.00, it looks better to Black.
Yes. And also with such a time on the clock with 5 minutes to go, and then you still have to make another 20 moves. Yeah, white is definitely in trouble right now. Time trouble too. So, well, let's see. It looks like our white player here, Ashraf, is still very young. I think he is capable of moving a few more moves with such a short of time. And I was just trying to check on other games. It looks like everything is still going out very well. So I guess sure enough, this is our cue to take our second break, a very quick one, because the next stage of the game of the first round will be kind of in the time trouble for almost everyone.
Yeah.
So yes, don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back after a short break.
أنا جعت. إيش تاكل؟
على هواك. يا ليت العيال كانوا معانا.
تم. يلا على قطر. أسرع على هواك يا نواب. رد يا ابو نسب.
صوت العيال
معانا هنا. اشرب عسل.
ذي ولا ذي لأحمد؟
اسألي.
اختار اللي على هواه. كيفي معاك؟
حبيبي سبرايز.
Thank you for that smile on your face, Sunny. Thank you for that beautiful grace, Sunny. Thank you for the sunshine bouquet, Sunny. Thank you for the love you brought my way. Now the dark days are done and the bright days are here. My sunny one shines so sincere, sunny one so true. I love you. I love sunny. I love sunny one so true. I love you.
Here we are in Doha, the capital of Qatar, getting ready for Qatar Masters 2024. And this is a perfect location for the sport activities. Right now we are at the Formula One finals. And this place is known as to love to the sports like football, like race, and also chess. Keep following our broadcast and be updated with the results.
Welcome back, everyone, to the first round of the 2024 Qatar Masters Open. Still with me, Tricia Master Irene Sukandar, and I'm still with my great co-commentator, Srinath Narayanan. Srinath, so we almost passed the first time control, and actually, I can see from my screen some of the games they already passed this 40 move time control, and then they have another extra 30 minutes on the clock. But let's update ourselves on the game between Mox Amit Doshi versus Yakubov Nordjubak, because it looked like Yakubov is hanging on the thread there.
Yeah, again, absolutely the game of the round, at least so far, because Yakubev is the defending champion, and he's in such a precarious situation right now. He had to sacrifice his queen to escape getting mated, and his problems are not just that he's down materially, but also that his pieces are completely uncoordinated. They're just not getting into the game. And for White, the moves are relatively easy. Also has only 9 minutes remaining for 12 more moves to make. So White also has an advantage on the time. And White is looking good in every way imaginable. A couple of moves that comes to my mind. One is actually simply going bishop to h3 to try and trade this knight to enable the white queen to enter with queen f6. Another option that I thought of is to play knight to d4, which also looks really good to me. In fact, more natural. Eventually, these two ideas are the ones which are in play. Now, with the knight on d4, in a situation, I'm just making some random moves for black, rook e8, bishop h3. Now there are situations where white just enters with bishop into g4, f5, queen e3, the h6 pawn hanging. Black just doesn't seem to have enough pieces to
Yeah.
defend against the tide of white's pieces.
Yeah, exactly. I think not only that White has the material advantage and time advantage, but also the activity of the pieces. It's looking like, yeah, Yakubov is just trying his best, to prolong this game. And of course, every player who is losing, you should do it. You should not resign too early, because if there are still so many pieces on the board like this, you should just keep playing on, because, well, you will never win a game by resigning, right? Because
Absolutely.
also in our experience too, like how many games we won, I mean, how many losing games we won just because we were just being stubborn not to resign in our games, right? So, well, but objectively speaking, of course, White is the one who is dominating and taking the driver's seat. So we'll see if Amit Doshi here would be able to convert this game into a full victory.
I'm guessing he's going to take his time. He has time. He has
Yep.
33 minutes for the next 12 moves, and he can gladly take his time.
Yes, you are absolutely right. So I think we can leave this game for a while and come back to the eighth board between Nihal Sarin and Bukriev Stanislav.
Yeah, and we see Nihal, that's Nihal, right? Walking around.
Yes.
I wonder where he's going towards, the refreshment area, or I think
It's
he's
just there.
actually circling around. You know, when Nihal was younger, he was known as the boy who never sits.
Oh yeah, I forgot that you worked with Nihal before, right? Yes.
Yeah. I've spent many years working with him, and I saw Nihal for the first time in I think 2014, when he was just barely 10 years old, and he was playing in the World Under 20 Championship.
Wow. Wow, what a brave young boy. 10 years old in under 20.
Yes.
He was not feared of getting slaughtered by other players.
I think it was already the opposite. Already by that time, Nihal was quite strong.
Very
at that
strong
time,
already, yeah.
making upsets, and I think he was maybe one of the youngest kids in that entire playing hall.
Right.
And he would just make this move and then start circling around the board. That used to be his routine. So there was a video in 2014. A few years later, he's sitting a lot more now. But when I saw him strolling, I was like, oh yeah, he's the boy who never sits.
And he just did a move, and I guess in the next few seconds he would get up and walk again.
Yeah.
Oh, there you
are
go.
right. on spot.
Right. Okay, so let's talk about the game. What's happening here? Because he made quite an artificial castle there. The king is somehow already on G1 right now, but if you actually look back a few moves, the king was never castled. It was just going from E1 to F1, from F1 to G1, and somehow we landed on the current position. So yes, we saw the position after F5, but here this is also very interesting, yeah? That after the last move CB6, Queen D5, attempting to play Queen H1. So Nihal just played King G1 immediately, stopping Queen H1. And now will Black recapture the pawn on B6, or is there any better move for Black in this position?
So you can capture the Black is that I can see some potential bishop into h6 related ideas in the air. The point being, Black cannot recapture the bishop because rook into h6 is a checkmate, and if Black does not recapture, then the g7 pawn is also attacked.
Right.
So for this reason, this is the practical problem that Nihal has set his opponent while he goes about strolling.
Yeah.
And Black probably needs to take queen into e2 here, attacking the b1 rook. But even then, White probably just moves the rook somewhere. I'm not exactly sure where. And the same threats persist, bishop and h6 related ideas. So this is the problem in Black's position. And if you look at the computer evaluation, it shows the bar shows it right in the middle, that is 0.00. But practically, actually, White is the one who's pushing here. And the practical side of things, it's a completely different narrative to what the Stockfish bar shows there. White is pushing here. Black needs to find precise defenses in order to be able to hold the balance in this position.
Or could it be that you just take on B6 and after bishop takes H6, you over the trade because, well, with Queen D4, because the F2 pawn is not entirely safe there.
Interesting. This is certainly one of the lines that Black might be considering. But what can I just come back bishop to f4 here and protect against both your f5 threats as well as my queen trade threats, and also threaten h6 myself in the process.
Right. So that is the threat. So can I play E5?
Yeah, e5 was what I was thinking about. And here I was wondering if I can. I want to ignore it and go h6 right away, but maybe I don't need to. Maybe I'll just do bishop e3 and go into a endgame where I'm up by 2 pawns, because the b6 pawn might also fall.
Mm-hmm. And I cannot in any way sacrifice my rook. Yeah, I mean, rook takes e3. I think you
Not
just
without trading the queen.
yeah, not without trading. So you take on the queen first, and then you can trade. Yeah, you take the pawn. Yeah, and its position should be winning for white.
Yeah.
Okay, so what else then, if not a b6? Because that pawn could potentially be a dangerous pawn. Like if white has this pawn to b7, then I think it's almost game over.
Yeah, this is also these are dual threats. Yeah, the pawn after going to b7, the b8 square is protected by the bishop on f4, and on the other hand, there is a threat of bishop into h6. So this is actually quite a challenging situation for Black here. There's no, apart from queen into e2 and a takes b6, there's not an obvious way to counter. Bishop d4 is one move that I was thinking about. And the point is, it just prevents the threat of bishop into h6, because I have my eye on the f2 point. And if you hit on h6, as Black, I will hit back on f2 and then later on g3 as well. Just hitting your king first. So White cannot take bishop into h6. One threat neutralized. The other threat in this position is playing the pawn to b7 with the idea of b8 queen. And it's not immediately clear for me why this does not work. But maybe there's just this bishop into f2 check, king into f2, and now rook d2 check, because the bishop is pinned. So rook d2 check, and if the king goes to e1, now maybe just move this rook away. So there is a threat of queen h1 and other related threats.
Yeah, yeah.
But to be honest, I feel this is not at all easy to see. And I see black has made a move, which is 8x b6.
Yeah, so I was also thinking that after ab6, then bishop takes a6, h6, maybe then you can just take on a2.
ab6 now what?
And now if bishop takes h6,
Right.
and then now you can just take on a2. And where does the rook go? Maybe f1, because maybe
Do I need to move the rook, or can I just take on f6?
Oh, f6 is there, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay,
Because queen into
then
b1 check, my king hides on h2, and this threat of
Oh,
queen
there's
into g7
nothing.
is impossible to stop.
There's no more check, yeah?
Yeah. So
Can I play
Sorry, yeah.
can I play rook g8 then? Just trying to be a bit primitive there.
You can, and actually here I think we need to calculate. But bishop into g7, rook into g7, rook f8 check,
Yep.
king h7 is only move, queen e4 check, king h6 is the only
Ooh.
move, rook h8 check, king g5 is the only move, and queen f4 is checkmate.
Wow, yeah, force mate there. Yeah, so yeah, this could be like a very interesting line actually to think about. So what else then? Bishop h6 is a very natural move, and I'm sure Nihal is intending to play it, but there should be a way for black to somehow come up.
Survive, yeah.
Yeah, how to survive in this position?
Queen f5 is a survival move, although it's a bad position, but at least you're not getting mated immediately. But the problem with these kind of bailout attempts, white can just go into a winning endgame where white will be 2 pawns up, not just 1 pawn, because the b6 pawn is falling. And when you're 2 pawns up in endgames, it's usually a safe margin. For when 1 pawn up, you can still have hopes of defending, but with 2 extra pawns, it's usually a safe margin. So I think queen f5 we can reject here. What other defenses can a human come up with here? By the way, this move a into b6 is an extremely normal human move. Yeah, the bishop d4 move which we found. It was not easy to find at all, and it was
Oh.
only possible because we understood that a into b6 does not work so well because of bishop into h6. But the player playing on the board does not have so much time or the ability to make the moves on the board to understand the consequences.
Yeah, exactly. And also they might just not able to see the better move apart from AB6, the most natural looking one. So yeah, this is the difference again, right? When you turn the engine on or the computer on, you can tell that okay, this is just equal or this is just better. But when you see it with your own brain, like how do we survive this actually, and there might be something better than what you actually thought. Okay, so Nihal, if he takes on h6, yeah, I think the position is better.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
think the position is much better, and also black is an incredible pressure on the clock. So it's a very tough position for black to handle.
Yes. And let's come back to the fourth board. Actually, it's between Artemiev versus Vantika because we might see a mutual time trouble of both players.
Yeah, this is interesting.
So we are on move 19, and each player, okay, Artemiev has like 10 minutes and Vantika has 12 minutes with 21 moves to go.
Yeah, and interesting thing is Artemio seems to have a rook backdrop near to him, and his Lichess ID is actually Siberian elephant. It's Sib elephant, which means Siberian elephant. So seems appropriate.
So okay, what do we see in this position? Because we again see like a pair of knights versus a pair of bishops.
A pair of knight, a pair of bishops, but if white plays the knight to c4, the knight heading towards d6, black might be tempted to give up one of the bishops. But the problem with an option like this is there's no way for black to defend the a4 point. So initially my thoughts, again, this looked a little more pleasant for white after knight c4 because the knight is coming to d6, and black needs to be a bit precise to hold the balance.
Yeah. Oh, we actually have a very interesting question from the chat. Yes, and I kind of forgot to also mention it earlier. That is there some kind of Soviet draw rule in this event, Srinath?
So there is a restriction on being able to offer draws before move 30. So unless you have a threefold repetition or a repetition of some kind, you cannot offer a draw before move 30. 30 moves is the point.
Yes. So move 30 is the threshold, yeah, whether you can offer a draw
Yeah.
or not. But also, when you do make a repetition, you have to kind of report it to the arbiter first. Hey, this is a default repetition. Would you approve for draw or not? Because everything is subject to arbiter's approval.
Yeah, absolutely. And these days they have some kind of a VAR system where the arbiter checks with the computer
Yeah.
and then make sure that it's a repetition. So no matter how elementary it is, the arbiters check to be absolutely sure.
Oh, Srinath, we have another surprising outturn of events here on the second board. Abdusattorov versus Mahdavi. It looks like Abdusattorov is now in trouble.
Wow. This is like a crazy turn of events because I think
Yeah.
this Satru was the one who had one of the best positions out of the opening.
Exactly. So I just want to see quickly what happened after Queen H4 because that was also when Abdusattorov put all his time on this move after Queen H4.
Yeah. After Queen H4, we saw that knight into G7, black had this move queen into H6, and everything was protected.
Mhm.
So instead, Abdusatru took bishop into G7, and this was followed by bishop into G7, knight into G7. The point is, if black took rook into G7, then after rook into G7 check, king into G7, there is a clever usage of the pin against the king, and rook into D7 check wins not just the piece back, but a considerable amount of pawns.
Mhm.
But black here cleverly sidestepped everything and played king h8. This is actually very deep and profound, because he cannot take the knight right now, but the knight also has no way to actually get back to safety. Because if you go to e6, which is the only square that it can escape to, then after bishop into e6, the rook on a7 is attacked, and you cannot protect it with rook into f7 because this bishop protects the f7 rook. So kick and cheat is actually very profound and very easy to miss.
No,
from
it's,
far.
it's sophisticated move. I think okay, we only are checking the top 10 boards, right? But I think out of this top 10, this is like move of the day.
Absolutely.
I really like this move. Okay, rook g8 is coming, right? You basically bring all other pieces, and you're right, Srinath. This type of move can easily be missed in calculation. So wow. And then what happened next after king h8?
And if you move your rook back because your problem is, with the knight e6 and bishop e6, then now black can take the rook knight on g7. So for this reason, Abdusatro played the bishop to b5.
Whoa.
But after bishop into b5, rook into f7, knight into f7, bishop b5 just puts the bishop in the air, by the way. It's not like he took a pawn or knight on b5.
Yes,
But he
yes.
just puts it in the air. And black just calmly takes the bishop without any worry in the world and without even spending so much time. Because after rook into f7, knight into f7, in case white was counting on some kind of a discovered attack to try and checkmate black's king,
There's knight
black says
e5.
everything is okay after knight e5.
Yeah. So there is no good discovery check then. That it looks like it's dangerous, right? With this battery, the queen hitting the king on h8, but turns out there's no good discovery. Can we see other square where the knight can go just to double check if really there's nothing, like knight e8, also knight e5, anything, and then h5 also knight e5. Yeah.
Knight e8 maybe not knight e5 because then there's knight into d6 and
Right.
there's also
But there's
threat of
queen
knight f7.
d4. But there's queen d4. Yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
And queen d4 is the other layer of protection. There are layers of protection,
Mm-hmm.
and this helps black stay safe. So knight h5, there's still again queen d4 or knight e5, and I'm guessing both these options are possible.
Yes, you're right. And then after that,
So that's exactly why he played rook to g4.
right?
So at least he takes queen d4 out of the picture. If not the knight, at least the queen is out of the picture. Again, black plays queen e7 fairly quickly, although he took about 7 minutes for this move. Once again, any move with queen e7, the d6 pawn is protected. So against knight e8, knight e5 should be safe now, but also you have this additional defense of queen e5 in similar situations.
Ooh, what's happening?
Here it doesn't work probably due to knight
Yeah,
and
knight
d6.
d6 still. Right. Wow. Still has to be careful with tactics. Yeah. Okay.
But you have the option, yeah, depending on where white moves the knight, you have an option of knight e5, and I guess knight e6 check is therefore tempting because there's no queen e5, there's only knight e5, and now you can play f4 to pin the knight. So this is probably what I would look at as a human, and I would think I'm getting the piece back, but for some reason, which I can see from the computer evaluation bar, for some reason this is not working great for white,
white,
but this is
yeah.
not obvious to me.
Okay, let me work this out for you. So could it be any check along the diagonal?
Yeah, exactly. That was also my starting point. So one way is queen b7, the other is bishop. I don't know about bishop e2 though. One can just take fe and e takes d6. So it's not like can you go queen b7 here? Was that your intention?
No. One of the moves was there, but also bishop c4.
Okay, so the difference between having your bishop on d5, so you have this bishop on d5, but I just move king g1.
Yeah, just move it. Yeah.
But the same situation with the queen,
Queen.
on d5 instead of the bishop is that after takes queen d5 check, after king g1, I can continue giving these dangerous checks with the queen.
Right.
And with king g2, there's queen into g4 check.
Yeah.
With king f2, the line still actually continues. It's not so. But after queen into g4, king to d6 check, king g8. The important thing is the g4 square, g4 queen
G7,
covers
yeah.
the g7 square,
Yeah.
so there's no checkmate.
Yeah, yeah.
But queen b7 is not again an obvious move. But black might be forced to find it because everything else seems to be losing on the spot here. So this is the advantage that black has. And now I think Noribek has played rook g7 because he probably saw this line. But he's still going to set these tricky and difficult problems for black. And as black goes lower and lower on time, this is going to make it challenging. But right now, it looks like we are in for a very big upset. And black, I think, has decent chances to even win this,
Yeah.
despite the tricky practical problems, because black's moves are also largely forcing in nature.
Yeah, totally. And it looks like black was just making a move. What could it be? Like some queen move? Queen f6, I guess?
Should be.
Yeah, queen f6. Yeah, it should be it. So whenever f4 happens, then you can move the knight while protecting the queen as well. Knight d7 is there. If rook d7, then queen c3 first. And then you take the rook afterwards.
Yeah. Knight d7 is a safe protective square for the knight. But also you have ideas like queen into f5.
Oh.
F into e5, and here I was thinking queen f1 check, but I missed
But there's rook
queen
g1, yes.
Yeah, rook g. Yeah, f4. I think he's made the move. Yeah, he should have probably played f4. So f4 has been played, and I think his hand was going towards the knight on the video.
Yeah, I think knight d7 would be played, but I'm just trying to think if black has another
something
move.
better, yeah?
Yeah, if there's anything better than knight
Look
d7.
for something better. Popular chess.
Right. And how's the time situation? So black has 15 minutes on the clock. He still has enough time to complete the 40th moves without having to hurry so much. Abdusattorov, on the other hand, has 9 minutes on the clock and with one less piece as well. So, okay, apart from knight d7, let's work this out.
Oh, by the way, we have a result in one of the games. Yeah?
Oh, that's true. Okay, let's quickly hop onto board 6. Yeshipenko finally won. I think it's as predicted because there's nothing much that black could do in this very, very cramped position. So let's see what happened after. I think there was a moment when the knight was on e4. Let's just quickly see the position.
Yeah, knight e4, knight b6 was played, Queen a5, knight d7, queen a4, bishop c7, and here Esipenko delivered the final moments with bishop into c5, a crushing move. Black, of course, took the knight, knight into c5, d into c5, and now rook to e6 check.
Wow, and now,
If the king goes to d8, it's queen e8 checkmate,
or rook e8 checkmate as well.
or rook e8 checkmate as well. But somehow I prefer to mate with the queen because it looks more forced.
Yeah, looks more powerful too.
And if the king goes to f8, then
Then queen comes,
yeah, queen comes,
and mate is coming soon.
so black resigned.
Wow. Okay. That was a very dominating game by Shipenko. I think, yeah, in the top 10 boards, he finished the earliest. So I was just looking. Oh, Yakuboev is in really time trouble right now with only 1 minute left on the clock, and the position also is not into his favor too. So he's really, I don't know. I think we can stay on this game for a bit.
Absolutely. I think here, these are the kind of situations where this 30-second increment really helps because Ikude is also another player who gets into time trouble quite often. And this 30-second increment kind of forces a bit of an efficient time management. So he doesn't get into this acute, desperate time trouble.
Acute, yeah, not acute. At first, I was looking at the position. I was thinking it's so that my brain wasn't really working for the words. I was, what did Srinath just say? Acute time travel. Then I was thinking, oh no, that's not that's not how it works. Acute time travel. Okay, so rook g6 is on the board, and Amit Doshi is still thinking right now. So let's take a look at this position. What should White do in order to get a quicker finish to this game?
So in order to get a quicker finish to this game, I think it's very important that White does not play fast, but tries to find the best move. Because especially when your opponent is in time trouble, it's very tempting to play fast in order to hurry them. And this is actually a very bad strategy because your opponent is also absolutely at their best when they have limited time.
Right.
They're desperately trying to calculate all the normal, natural moves. So I think this is one of the important things. Always take your time to finish your opponent off when you have a good position and when they have less time.
Oh, that is totally what Gukash was doing against Ding Liren on his winning position on game. Game three. Yeah. And Ding was lost on time, but anyway, the position was very lost. And then I was there in the press conference when he said, I was just trying to finish it off cleanly, not thinking so much about the time, but rather focusing on the position. I think that is the right approach when you are winning your game anyway. So I want to jump a little bit to board.
Nihal has won.
Nihal has finished. That was I was about to mention. So did he finally play bishop h6?
He did.
He did.
He did.
Okay.
Yeah. I was absolutely sure about this. And this actually happened. The variation we looked at, rook d4, bishop f4, e5. And now Nihal found this powerful move with h6, e into f4, and rook into f6. We saw some very similar lines.
Yes. Wow. Okay. That was the finish of the game, with rook f6.
Black still hung on for a few more moves. He played rook g8.
Okay.
H into g7, rook into g7, and now rook f8 check, rook g8, queen h4 check. Black resigned because the only move for the king is king to g7.
And then
I guess
queen
number of
f6 is there, and then rook f7, and then it should be mate in the next move. Right. Wow. Okay. So we have two decisive results already on the top 10 boards. Yushipenko and Nihal won their games respectively. So let's come back again to Yakuboev, because he's now thinking after queen h3 with only 1 minute left on the clock.
Yeah, he's thinking. I don't know what exactly White's strategy is yet, but one idea could be the queen just sneaking in.
Yeah, just take h5.
If black allows.
If
I'm
black allows.
assuming black will defend with some rook h6, and if he plays rook h6, maybe I'm not making the move because I think Yakuba is going to make his move anytime soon.
After rook h6, okay, one way is to play bishop b3, I guess. I don't know. I like to exchanging stuff when I'm up in the material, but he didn't do that. He did h4.
Yeah, he played h4, I'm guessing the trap is maybe is there a repetition of the queen into h4, rook h6,
Mm-hmm.
queen g5, rook g6? No, it's not. Yeah, because you can just play queen h5 check, and black cannot play rook h6 because there's queen
E8
g8.
falls, yeah.
Yeah, so seems like a sorry, seems like a random bluff to me, and white probably should just take queen into h4 here. Rook h6, queen g5. Another idea is rook h1 check, but that's just one check. King d2, rook h2, king c1, and the king is
What
lost.
about E3? I just want to double check that one because it looks like we have a pass pawn, we have to use it.
Absolutely. So the thing is, I can maybe even play something like king c3 here, giving up the d1 rook because I have queen h5 check,
Interesting.
followed by queen into e8, and the knight is protecting. But of course, you don't need to show off such stuff during the game. I'm showing because to show the dangers in black's position, but I'd probably just go king c2 in a game.
Right. Yes. So, well, I think it's safe to say that whatever white decides here, white is still in the upper hand situation anyway. So h4, you call it a bluff, right? You would just take it, the pawn.
Yeah, just take the pawn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I think Amit Doshi here has the right approach as well. Even though he has more time, way more time on the clock, but he takes his time. You know, he's very calm. He's not in a hurry because I think both players, of course, sense it that white is almost winning in this position, right?
Yeah, and it also feels so much more unpleasant to your opponent where they have so little time and they have to be completely on their toes trying to figure out what white might be doing here. So it's a very nasty situation to be in if your opponent is taking their time when you have a bad position. It just makes the torture. It makes you feel so much worse as the defending side.
Yeah. Wow. What are the odds having the two Nordirbacks, the two finalists of the last year Qatar Masters Open losing their first round?
I think they're lucky that this is their individual games and not for Uzbekistan, because that would actually cost the team half point at least.
Yeah.
Two boats.
But this is the thing with the open tournaments, and I think you also remember your fellow countryman Kartikeyan last year beating the number one player Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah. Of course. But Kartikeyan is already a 2600 and he's in the close to the top 100. Whereas your first round, you're playing a 2300, a 2400. The difference is much larger. Your opponent is not even a grandmaster.
Yeah.
But that's what I was mentioning at the beginning of the broadcast, that these players who are at 2300, 2400, they are so much stronger now than what they were in 2016.
Yes.
It's a massive difference. And if you give them a chance, they are going to make you pay for it.
Yeah, exactly. And also because computers are very accessible nowadays, everyone can just use it and then get very well prepared in the opening. It makes it very hard because I remember when I was just like, I don't know, in my early 20s or even in my teenagers, like against well-rated players, I can even trick them in the opening. But these days, you have to be careful not to be tricked.
Absolutely. I think there are two major factors. One is, like you said, the difference in opening preparation levels. And second is the difference in self-confidence levels.
Yeah.
People are so much more Oh, he played rook d8?
Yeah, rook d8. It's also the idea of queen h4, queen d8.
Nice. Rook d8, rook d8. Yeah, so like I was saying, so much difference in self-confidence level, because I remember Nihal defeated Hikaru for the first time when he was like maybe 12 or 13 years old. And it was an online game. But still, when you defeat someone like Hikaru, then a 2500 Grandmaster is not going to scare you, right? You defeated like one of the best players in the world of all time. And when you defeat someone so strong, your self-belief goes up so much higher. And you know that these people are human, they make mistakes. It's not an enigma or some mysterious figure. Whereas someone 30 years ago playing against Karpo would know that this is the only chance they might play Karpo in their entire life.
Exactly.
And that puts so much stress on them.
Yeah. And actually, speaking about beating Hikaru for the first time, that is a reason why Qatar Masters Open is a very tournament that's very close to my heart. Because last year in the closing ceremony, I managed to beat Hikaru on the board. Yeah,
Wow.
I asked him because I was like, can we play just one game, one blitz game? I want to update my YouTube. And he was very kind to me. He's like, okay, let's do it. And then I asked, what time control do you want? And then he said, whatever you pick, and as it happens, the clock was already set to 3-2. 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. So we played on. I was playing white, he was playing black, and he was a Caracan. And then, as luck would have it, I just crushed him. And I was so happy because it was not an online game. I put it on my YouTube, and I think I titled it as "How I Beat Hikaru Nakamura." And at first, people thought it was a clickbaity title, but it was not. I mean, I was there in the plain sight. Yeah. But he was very kind. He was just very kind. He's a wonderful person, actually. So that was the moment. And well, I don't know if this in this Qatar Masters Open later in the closing, I would take on some other grandmaster. We'll see.
I think I get a warning, but I'll try to be safe.
Okay, so let's see what just happened. So after rook d8, Yakuboev took the rook, yeah? Queen takes h4, rook h6, and take the rook on d8, rook h1, king d2. Yeah, nothing much going on. I think the knight on f8 is under attack right now. It's very hard to save this position. I mean, it's almost impossible.
E3 check.
E3 check, I think you can just forget about it. Play king, even, I don't know, king c2, king c3.
King C2. Yeah,
King C2.
and I think
Yeah,
it's
no need to be fancy.
fancy. No need to do some King C3. Just King C2
Yeah, he did it. E3 is on the board.
and that's resignation.
That was a resignation. Wow. So we are actually landing on this game right on time to see the end of it. And there you go. The first upset in the first top 10 boards in the first round. Our defending champion lost to Amit Doshi. And therefore, wow, this is, yeah,
That's a massive upset.
that's a massive one. Yes.
Maybe we should quickly hop on to the Nodebek, the other Nodebek.
The other
which
Nodebek.
also seems to be
Oh, wow.
in the very end moments, and this is crazy.
Totally.
And I'm going to be a lot more careful after today with my predictions. I predicted two results today. One, I thought Gukesh would win,
Yep.
and it ended in a draw. Second, I was very sure. This time, I was more sure that Nodebek is going to win this one, and he's actually losing this one.
Wow. Yeah, we might actually see resignation soon.
Yeah. There we have it.
There we have it. Yeah, yeah. Wow, two naughty backs back to back. They just. I mean, I'm not trying to make a pun there, but it just happened as it is.
Yeah.
So, wow, what a day! Like two of our favorite players, the seededs of the tournament, just suffered their first upset here in the first round of the 2024 Qatar Masters Open. So, and the tournament is still young. This is just the first round. So it is proven that everyone in this field, they are very strong. So you should not see their rating. You should not see their title, but just their ability of playing. Just see their moves. Yeah, and this is actually sometimes we forgot about it. We kind of underestimate our opponent, maybe, or rather also overestimate. And this is actually the dangerous part of looking at the difference of the rating. So, well, congratulations for Madhavi Reza and Amit Doshi, respectively, for beating these two strong players. And let's come back to the game that is still going on. I think we can take a look at Artemia versus Vantika, because I remember they were having some sort of like a mutual time trouble there.
Yeah. Although I'm a little more careful today making predictions after the embarrassing failed predictions. But I would again go strong on the prediction that Vantika will probably be in time trouble. And it's happening in this game. She has 40 seconds remaining for the last 13 moves. And against the Artemiev, this is actually a very dangerous thing, because Artemiev is insanely strong in blitz. I mean, he's an insanely strong player in general, but more so in blitz. In terms of the position itself, it's slightly better for white. The material is equal, but this knight on c5 is stronger than black's knight on c6. And this e5 pawn, which is protected by the c6 knight for now, it's again prone to get under pressure because the knight on c6 is also under indirect pressure from the rook on c1 and the queen on f3. So as white, I might just even make a waiting move like b4, just securing my knight on c5, and ask black, what are you going to do? How are you going to defend?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think this game will still take us to the end game later on. So there's one very interesting position happening in the game between Pamleta versus Fokido. So let's dive into that. What is going on? Srinath, tell me.
Oh, crazy position. Crazy position. White king under fire, the queen on b6. There's a bishop on b2, right in the heart of white's position. And an important factor, the bishop on b2 is not just attacking, but also protecting the important e5 square against the white queen from entering the. And this is an important detail which ensures that white does not have his counterplay, nor should you be tempted with a move like c3 here, because this allows queen e5 check. Instantly, the evaluation bar also responding. But otherwise, black seems to be safe for now. Bishop c3 check is a move that suggests itself. But again, you need to be careful when you take bishop into d2. Oops, king e2 does queen b3 checkmate.
Yeah, it is.
But I guess you go, where do you go? King, bishop c3 check looks so strong. Huh? King c1, there's bishop into d2 as a check. So bishop c3 looks a very human approach to me. Although there should be other wins. A2, is A2 more powerful? And force? No.
No,
Okay.
it's not.
Queen b3?
Looks like it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like queen b3. And if bishop c2, there's a2.
No, it's not. Queen
But this is not okay. Maybe you just take on b2 anyway.
Yeah.
So maybe it's a discovery with the bishop, but we have to be careful where to put the bishop. But bishop c3, as you mentioned, it looks very natural.
Yeah, bishop c3 is natural, but as I spend time in the position, maybe just it's an exchange down for. Oh wait, black's the rook down. I just realized that.
Oh yeah, black is a rook down. I thought it was exchange down.
Yeah, I also thought it was an exchange down, but black's a rook down. And position is actually not at all as simple as it looks. Yeah, there's a lot of ways for black to go wrong. But the one advantage he has is a massive time advantage, and that I think is a big critical difference in a position like this. And let's see if he finds something other than bishop c3.
I like the move. Okay, it doesn't look right, but rook f8.
I saw rook f8. And it makes sense. It's not at all a stupid move. But once we realized that, after we realized black is a rook down, I think now it's easier to understand that this move rook into b2 is a problem in every situation, because it allows white to liquidate everything.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the problem. Rook into b2 is a threat. You cannot defend it with c3. You probably have to move the bishop somewhere. I'm not entirely sure where exactly. We saw this forcing moves like a2 or queen b3. It doesn't work.
Oh, there is bishop d4 actually with the idea bishop e3. So
Wow.
yes, so if you play king c2, you have queen b3 first. Bishop e3 is still there anyway, and then you're threatening queen b2, queen a1, maybe something like that. So I mean, the whole point is just to pin the rook.
Absolutely. But he goes for bishop c3 anyhow, which makes me feel a little bit better. The confidence that Stockfish destroyed, human grandmaster brings back in me.
And also, I mean, bishop c3 is it's looking more natural, because if you can get the rook in one step, why do you need it to get it in 3 steps, let's say, or 2 steps? Yeah. Okay. So bishop c3 and Pamletau here, she's a very strong female player from Vietnam. I think she has also won so many titles, and then has qualified to the World Cup or Women's World Championship multiple times. And she is a very talented player in blitz time control. So let's see if she can actually survive this position, although it looks like it's almost hopeless. But okay, bishop c3, king c1, kind of like only move.
Yeah, king c1 on the board. I'm guessing bishop into d2 check should be played. Logical con.
And I think you have to take with the queen, yeah?
Yeah. And now I think maybe just take bishop at e6. Yeah.
Yeah, so the commentator doesn't like it so much. So what happened after bishop takes e6 then?
I guess queen takes e6, and you can claim that
You're better, and then you just
Yeah.
play this position, yeah?
yeah, I think so. Slightly better at least, with I think an extra pawn or so.
Okay, what really is interesting in this position is the computer only shows like 1 point something for black, but I think on the board the players might be thinking it should be more than that for black. Looks like in a human practical point of view, it's like black has everything. Black has a pass pawn, and black has all the attack to the king on c1, and it has to be more than +1 for black, let's say.
She takes with the king.
Ooh, very brave. Is it a better idea than taking with the queen?
I don't think so, because I think this kind of makes things a little easier for black in this position after queen b2. King moves, queen into e2, king into e2, and now rook e8. This looks like a winning endgame for me. And as a human, I'd be very happy to go into a position where I can just finish off. Oh, he goes queen a5 check. I think maybe even stronger.
You just take the bishop right away. Oh, okay. We might
Yeah.
see a resignation actually.
Yeah.
Because king moves, queen takes the bishop. You have all these pass pawns, and then soon you'll also get your rook into play. And yeah,
With queen takes d2, I think white had a pretty decent chance of saving this game because bishop at e6 was natural. And this position, I was not sure if it's such a massive advantage for black anymore because white also gets the pieces into the game. But after king into d2, there are multiple ways to win. Maybe queen a5 check is the most efficient way to do it.
so I guess it's a huge oversight by Pamela Tao then. Maybe, I mean, it's clear to me from the video that she was not expecting queen f5 at all.
Yeah, but very natural when you have less time for such a miss to happen. And I've actually played quite a few times against Okido. The first time I played against him was in the Aeroflot Blitz tournament, I think sometime in 2019. And at that time, I was still beating all these young prodigies like Nihal and other kids. But Okido just smashed me 2-0.
Wow.
And I always found him too fast.
Too
And,
fast.
Yeah, too fast and too strong. So he's one of the players I have the worst score against. For a long time, he had a much lesser rating than some of his Uzbek counterparts. So he was always on board 4 in the Uzbek team. But recently, he had a massive rating jump that he's actually, I think, number 2 in Uzbekistan, right? There's Rustam, so he's number 3, I guess.
Technically,
between
yeah.
2
yeah.
and 3.
But Rustam is a bit inactive, right? Kazimzadov.
Yeah, he's a bit inactive. So in terms of their national team, I think he's jumped to number 2. He's overtaken Yakubev and Sindarov.
Sindarov, yeah.
It's again close between Sindoro and Okido because Sindoro is also he had a bit of a rating gain in President's Cup, so I think he was around 2685 something. But yeah, pretty big jump.
Yeah, yeah. And well, it looks like this game is really going into Fakidov's favor. But let's jump to Artemiev versus Vantika because I can just see it on my screen here. They are both under a minute. So, okay, but the position is kind of who is actually better?
I still think white is a bit better outside pass pawn. Eval bar says it's completely equal, 0.0. But I very much like the A pawn compared to the black's E5 pawn. And I think it makes a difference in any kind of endgames that you go to. Like, for instance, queen d5, rook into d5. In these positions, it makes a difference. But Vantika makes a pretty strong move in b3, with which she actually weakens his a4 pawn. And her threat is to continue with rook a8 and eliminate this a pawn. White does not have time to save this a pawn with rook e1 because the even square is controlled by the black queen. So this move b3 is a concretely very strong move.
Yes, I agree. And also, let's say if the queen goes to c4 right now, and you can even think of rook b8, but I think if you want to clarify the position, you just go straight to a8, yeah?
Yeah, either one of these two moves.
Oh, but hang
you
on,
can also consider
e5 's
something like
hanging.
queen d5 check here.
Well, queen d5 is better. Yes, queen d5 is better.
But we have a move in the game. Yeah, he played h4, keeping things neutral for now. Here also, here you need to be careful with queen d5 though, because after takes, white has time to play rook e1
Ah,
and
that's right.
rook e1. But this position might also might also not be so bad for black, because white will take this b3 pawn, black will take the a4 pawn, and there seems to be not much to play with. This pawn move to b3, it makes a massive difference in the evaluation of the position.
It's happening actually. Queen d5 is on the board.
Okay, queen d5 on the board. So I think it's going to happen. Takes. The rook is going to come to a1.
Yeah. So
And I'm curious what Vantika's move would be here. Maybe she might play f5 and then start bringing the king.
or is there any idea with, okay, let's say rook e1, rook c5, rook c2, something like that? I mean, we have to
yeah.
calculate it, but it's just an idea.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes absolute sense. I would still, but it makes sense because you can actually even push for a win in certain cases as black. Because
Yeah, after a6,
you have rook a2.
Yeah, that was the idea. Okay, rook b1 takes a6, takes b3.
No, but then you would be.
But you're already a pawn up, yes. Okay, so Artemiev played f4 after rook takes d5, so he's not trying to go rook e1, rook a1.
Yeah, I think it's a better move than what we were looking at. Makes the rook active faster. But in general, it seems like white has two less. And although when I looked at the position immediately, I thought white was a big favorite. As time went by, I feel better about Vantika's chances to hold this.
Okay, with 20 seconds left, Vantika has to play quicker now and start making decision. It's not a very easy position with only 20 seconds left on the clock though, but okay, she took the pawn on f4. And now it's the question if you put the rook on e8 first or you take on f4. I think it's rook e8 first, yeah?
Difficult question.
Difficult.
But I like your suggestion because it
and he played it.
Yeah.
Artemiev just did it.
It delays. If you delay it by one move, and let's say you take g into f4, then black can play f5, I think. And oh no, f5 is a bad move. Probably some rook e5.
Yeah, rook e5. Yeah.
Pawn and games are bad. But f6 maybe, yeah, f6, and then the king comes into the game. With rook e8 check, you eliminate this option, and rook b8. He wants to create connected pass pawns.
Oh, that's tricky.
But I can stop this with rook a5. Yeah? Then you go rook b4 and try and take the d4 pawn.
But that's worth trying. Totally, yes. This is why rook's endgames are always tricky. You know, we thought that okay, after take, but then no. Instead of taking, you can actually go rook b8 and capture or try to capture the other pawn, get connected pass pawns. But well, okay. So 33 seconds left for Vantika right now, and she has to make 3 more moves.
Yeah, this is so Artemiev. He's so tricky. He has his strategically tricky ideas, and it makes it a very slippery slope for the opponent. Rook a5 comes in the board.
Yep.
Rook b4, I think he'll play.
Oh no, he took. I think he took on f4.
Okay, this I don't understand. Now after rook into a4, rook into b3, this doesn't feel so dangerous, no?
Yeah, now it feels a bit simpler for black to hold it. I know that there is a b pawn, but I think that can easily be defended.
Yeah. You put the pawn on f5 as black, and when the white pawn goes to attack when the white rook goes to attack something, you try and capture one of white's pawns. And she also makes the 40th move with her next move. This can still be an important move. Something like f5 to me looks natural, but this move can be a mistake because in some cases it becomes weakening.
Yeah, it's a decisive move. It's something like you're changing the position a little bit there, yeah, because you're fixing it. That's what I was trying to say. You're trying to fix your position by playing f5.
Yeah.
Whereas in the 40th move, maybe it's better to also just play some move like king g6, let's say. In a way, it's a good move because you just want your king to be active and not trying to fix anything. So now it's a decision time for Vantika, and she did king
played king
g6.
Yeah, these moves make so much more sense. And she seems to be safe now. She has made the 40th move. She has made the time control. And also the position, it doesn't look so dangerous to me. Because there's still maybe a few minor problems to solve, but not difficult for one thing. Vantika also plays very strong despite having less time. Even when she has less time, she somehow manages to make these many only moves and find some really strong moves. It's a very impressive ability. I think sort of similar to Nihal.
Yeah, totally. Okay, we can leave this one and go to. Actually, we have another result on the board 3. Amartuvzin defended the position and drew against Parham. Actually, I don't know who's defending who because the position was quite complicated. But okay, we actually predicted something along this line would happen. Yeah, with the pawn on e5, very well protected, and there's nothing much going on. So okay, let's come back. Let's come back to. I was just trying to find if anyone is in time trouble. And let's go to Ashraf versus Tabatabai because we might be seeing the end of this game.
Oh, Ashraf has managed to actually defend impressively, and we are going towards a draw.
Yeah, yes, totally. So I think we're landing on this game on the right time before they shake hands. B5 is there.
He played king c4 first and then king b5. As if it makes any difference.
Yeah, okay, so it looks like today there's like a uniform result. Like for the Iranians, the two favorite Iranians here, Parham make a draw. Also now Tabatabai just made a draw. And for the Uzbek, the two Nordics lost. And okay, so in the top 10 boards, we have how many games left? 1, 2, 3, and 4. And let's take a look actually on the board 10. Martiroshan versus Pandasambit. They already passed the time control. They already have received the 30 minutes extra. They're on 40. Okay, they just passed 41st move actually. And what do you think about the position?
This looks like a straightforward win for White. Yeah, it's queen c5. I think, yeah, that's what he played.
Yes.
And the queen's. I think he should resign probably in the next few minutes. Sunbit.
So Srinath, with your experiences in open tournaments, yeah, I'm sure you had quite many good runs in the events, but also I believe there should be some first round upsets as well in your chess experience.
Yeah, many first round upsets.
And how do you cope with it? Like, how did you try to not be bothered so much with your first round upsets, especially you were playing against low rated opponents, and then there are still so many games to go, and then you might also think about losing so much rating points. But how did you try to cope with that in order to bounce back and then let's have a new game?
It's maybe one of the most difficult things to cope up with, especially a loss is so much worse than a first round draw. First round draw happens a lot, and that's I think something much easier to recover from. But a loss, you lose like 9 rating points, which matters a lot for a chess professional. Rating is kind of it's sort of like the currency for a chess playing professional. In these cases, it really helps when the next few rounds go well. One loss, I think it's still a bit easier to recover one bad game. But when 2 bad games come in a row, I think that's when that's the starting point of tilt. So you just try and shake it off. You try and focus on the next game. And in opens, it also helps that when you lose, you generally play a weaker opponent.
Yeah,
and that also helps with the recovery. And you get usually a series of weaker opponents after losing an early game. So that's one helpful factor in being able to bounce back. But it's not easy at all, and it's very easy to get into a tilt. Even Magnus, after having a bad start last year,
yeah,
he didn't find it so easy to recover.
No, I think he just didn't get used to losing the game anyway. Yeah. Well, yeah, you're right. And you had also quite an experience working with all these Indian prodigies. Yeah, you were helping Nihal. I think at some point you were also helping Arjun.
Yeah.
Yeah. And did you also, try to give them some psychological advice? Okay, of course you're helping chess wise, but I mean, in order to have a good chess mood, it's not only about what's happened on the board, right? But how do you try to maintain their, let's say, their mood off the board as well?
So you try to draw from your own experiences, because eventually what happened to you also happens to them. I mean, even if the level is different, um, even you don't have to be at 2500 or 2700 to understand how it feels losing
Yeah.
against a player 400 points below. I think the feeling is very much the same. Uh, to try and make their mood better, so one thing that helps is just giving them some time on their own to process the feeling. Sometimes playing some kind of a game helps. Um, some kind of a card game, or getting a group together and
yep.
playing some board games. That helps lighten the mood a bit. With Nihal, when he was younger, I used to just go and offer myself as a prey by playing Bullet, and he would smash me in a few games, and he would feel a bit better after that. And I didn't even have to pretend, because that was like a natural consequence if I played Bullet against him.
Okay, so you were actually willing to be his punching bag then?
As long as it's on the board.
Yeah. Right. Wow. Okay. So, do you have any most painful loss that you suffered?
The most painful losses usually are the last round defeats. The first round defeat,
Yep.
it allows you time to recover,
Yep.
and it's generally not the end of the world. But the last round defeats, those can be devastating, because there is a lot to lose apart from the rating. You lose financially. There's usually a massive difference between a win and the loss in the last round, and in every way you're literally working so much, and it all gets decided in the last round. So those last round defeats are the most painful ones.
Right. Well, speaking of Arjun, actually, we had to hop onto his game because I could see that it just ended and he won the game. But okay, let's see what was happening in his game after. Let's quickly see after f6, I guess, on the 28th move.
Yeah, this is exactly where we were. I remember we were discussing both rook c5 and e5 at this point, and Arjun exactly played rook c5.
Yep.
Good move. Bishop c2. Now he played e5. He's getting rid of all these ideas. White played f6 check. Understandable move, but after g into f6, knight f5 check. Arjun just calmly moved the king first to e6 to induce knight g7 check, and then play king d7, escaping a potential repetition after king e7, knight f5. And now with the white pawn on f6 and the other f3 pawn being captured, black already got his nose ahead of it. Black is the pawn up. The f6 pawn it's a bit of a weakness, but white might have a chance to get back in the game if he heads back on the f7 pawn or some checks against the king. So white played b4, attacking the rook. The rook just moved to d5, offering trade. White went rook h2. By this point, black is taking over. Bishop to g4. Bishop b3, attacking the rook, but more importantly, the pawn on f7. Rook d3, giving up the pawn on f7, but taking back the c3 pawn. Rook h4 attacks the bishop. Rook f8 counterattacks. And now after bishop b3, which turned out to be the decisive mistake in the game, black had this move knight to g2, forking the rook.
It's not every day that we see such a fork actually works.
Yeah, and it was actually not so easy, because if you played this one move earlier, knight g2 was present here as well, but this just wouldn't have been as effective. White probably would have continued to have some counterplay, bishop e6 check and f7. This pawn would have been more dangerous. But with this insertion of this move, rook f8 and bishop b3, this problem of the f pawn is a lot easier to handle. And
Yes.
Knight g2 is so much more effective due to one of these reasons. Rook into g4, knight into e1. Black is better. Bishop a4 check. He had to be sure to not blunder into a knight fork of white. Chose the safe square, king to c8. Now the f6 pawn is pretty much the only counterplay. So black took steps to neutralize that. And after rook h8, the rook on f3 is watching over this pawn. Rook h2 and rook f1 is a threat, threatening checkmate.
Wow.
So white resigned, being under fire from all sides.
Yeah, wow, incredible, incredible. And I think, all of these moves, you just have to calculate them precisely, because otherwise, to be honest, I would be scared to play all those moves that Arjun just did. But he apparently just calculated everything. He doesn't care if it looks dangerous, if it looks not dangerous. He just calculates, and if he thinks that after the calculation everything is all right, he goes for it. So I think everyone also knows that Arjun is just a very great calculator, pretty much, and and he has also a very good instinct in such a position.
He's quick and he's also precise.
Yes. Wow. Okay, so that means still only 2 upsets in the first top 10 boards. Let's quickly see.
That is if you don't count draws.
Oh yeah,
And we're not counting draws because we actually have losses.
that's true. Okay, full upset and half upset. 2 full upsets and 2 half upsets.
I think when Qatar had its first edition,
Mhm.
I remember Magnus Carlsen played there, and I think he drew the first round against Nino, I think. And
Maisuradza. I was there, 2014. Yes.
that was like a massive upset that time.
Yeah.
And I think a 2400 drawing against 2800 was such a rare event at
Yeah.
that time. It's still a rare event, but and of course Magnus is at a level apart from
Mhm.
even brilliant 2800. But nevertheless, still the level of upsets is just much higher now.
Exactly. And I think it's not the end of all the upsets, because we still have 8 more games to go. And then I think I'll be seeing more upsets on the at least top 10 boards. And let's go quickly to board 10, because actually they just finished. And it is what we predicted. It's just a technicality, to win this position, because Hike already had like an exchange up, and then after exchanging the queens, the task was just becoming simpler for him. And then in this point, after rook e4, Panda Sambit just resigned, because there's no hope left on the board anyway. And I think we still have 2 games in the top 10 boards, but both of the games, they already passed the time control. So let's quickly take a break, and let's come back to the last 2 games in the top 10 boards after the short break. So stay tuned, guys.
انا جعت. ايش تاكل؟
على هواك. يا ليت العيال كانوا معانا.
تم. يلا على قطر.
على هواك يا نواب.
رد يا ابو نسب.
كيف صوت العيال؟
معانا هنا. اشرب عسل.
ذي ولا ذي لأحمد؟
اسألي.
اختار اللي على هواك. كيفي معاك؟
حبيبي سبرايز.
Thank you for that smile
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the 2024 Qatar Masters Open. Still with me, Irene and Srinath. And well, we only have 2 games left in the top 10 boards where we are focusing on this first round so far. And apparently, Pamela Tanguyen is still surviving against Fakirov Shamshidin. We thought the game would end quite sooner, but it's still going on right now. So let's take into a deep dive into the game, Srinath, and let's talk us through what's happening there.
The game actually still looks a bit complex, Irene. We
Mhm.
have this position um, where it seems like black is a few pawns up, but white is still hanging on, and it's still far from over. When was the last time you saw so many upsets on the first round of an event in your experience?
Ooh, in my experience. Okay. I don't know. It should be like long time ago. But yeah, first turnout of events like this, it could be
Oh, by the way, we have a result in one of the boats.
Really?
Which, yeah,
oh,
Vantika and Artemia.
I thought this was going to be the longest game in the top 10 boards, you know. But they
Uh-huh.
agreed. They agreed for a draw
Yeah.
after.
I'm not surprised. After Rook D5, this is the last move, I think, and the game has ended in a draw, and now they are discussing the game.
Yeah, well, that's a very good performance by Fantika for the first round, drawing against Artemiev with black pieces. It's such a feat, you know. And then tomorrow she's gonna come back with white pieces, and I think she's gonna take on another strong player. I think she's in a very good path to get the GM norm.
Absolutely, it's commendable. Artemiev is such a strong player that, especially with the white pieces, he gets these positions where he has a slight edge and he keeps pressing on throughout the game. I remember in the 2020 online Olympiad, we played against Russia in the final, and Artemiev was one of the players in the Russian team, and he could take white. And we had a roster featuring Vishy Anand, Vidit, Harikrishna, and Arvind, and we still had a long discussion on who would face him as black. And we took him so seriously. In the end, Hari Krishna took the black at that time because Vishy was going through a big decline in form in the 2020 Olympiad. He was having a bad tournament. But yeah, so he was that dangerous a player, and Mantika, a very impressive defense today. She was under pressure at points.
Yes.
It was not an easy cakewalk, but she held her defense very resolutely, and she ticked all the boxes.
Yes, and also I was pretty impressed with her move B3 because, well, I think the move was very important, but she made it in such a short time on the clock. I think she only had, I don't know, 30 seconds left on the clock, but she made the right decision to play B3 and therefore securing all these pawns, yeah, and could defend this endgame to a draw. A very impressive performance by Vantika in the first round, and let's see who she is going to take on next. And meanwhile, I think we can jump to the 7th board here, Pamletov versus Fakirov Samshidin. It's still going on at the moment.
By the way, Irene, if this was a team event and we have the higher seeded players in one team and the lower seeded players in another team in the top 10 boards, the score is actually not like a big win for the higher seeded players.
Oh.
It's, I think, 4.5, 3.5 with one more game to go. And this game, it's okay. I'm making a mathematical error. It's 5.5, 3.5, right?
Yes.
But it's still not a bad score at all. 3.5 out of 9.
No, it's not. It's not. Yeah,
It's
it
a
is.
400-point difference.
It's a very, very slight margin between these two groups. Yeah, we divided it two groups. Yeah, and this one, Pamletov is trying to survive. Although of course, Black has 2 pawns up at the moment, but when you still have a knight on the board, the game is still always be tricky anyway. So Pamletov has all the reason to just keep surviving and then not to resign too early.
Yeah, it's actually also tricky. One factor is the knight, as you suggested. But also, apart from that, if you look at the quality of the pawns remaining on the board, black does not have these parsers that's rolling through. There is a C parser and the A parser, but both these pawns right now, they're not advancing like crazy. They're still under control. Meanwhile, white has the most dangerous passer in the game right now, which is on e6. And this pawn combined with a knight on f5 could actually advance really quickly. So these are some of the factors which make sure that despite being 2 pawns down, white actually has very decent chances of surviving this one.
Right. So what should black do in this position after rook a3? Because okay, you just want to grab the pawn on a6 anyway. Do you save the pawn, king b7 or bishop b7, or do you have other things to play, rook d8 or anything like that?
Um, I'm a bit scared of playing something like rook d8. It leaves away, I think, some key defensive options, key defensive territories.
Yes.
Although it could still be possible. But bishop b7 and king b7 are instinctively. I think bishop b7 is instinctively the move that I look at first. Just that it keeps everything under control, and this bishop can also be useful to support a pawn coming to g2. Let's see in a variation after rook a5, h4, g takes h4, g3. I create this g pass pawn, and on g2 it will be protected by the b7 bishop. So it also protects the a6 pawn, it protects the g2 pawn, and for now it keeps things safe and secure. And there he
And-
goes.
Yeah, he goes for it. Bishop b7 is now on the board. Yes, and once everything is secured, then you can try to have, well, I was about to say outside pass pawn, but probably just a breakthrough with h4, and then the g pawn will be a passer. But I think there's also other ways to deal this position. I mean, you don't really have to sacrifice something like that. Maybe at some point you can include the rook on e8 into the game, and then you kind of like switching the task between the rook and the king. The king can just somehow protect the pawn on e6, not to move any further, and then therefore you can free your rook up to go to the back rank of the king or to support any of your pawns. I think that would be also a very viable plan.
Yeah, absolutely. Makes sense. And from White's perspective, White has to decide which pawn she wants to attack. There's the option to attack the c pawn with something like rook a4. The option to attack the h pawn with rook a5. This is the variation we were looking at earlier when it gave black the opportunity to create a g passed pawn. So the dangerous position for white, but also good drawing chances because you just need to eliminate like 1 or 2 more pawns. Rook e4 comes to my mind. I'm very tempted by this move. And rook a5 is also, of course, possible. But in both these cases, maybe h4 is okay, but rook a4 deals better against it, yeah, with rook into c4 coming with a check.
And you cannot go
And,
king d6 here because there might be knight h4. Although I think you can still argue it's better.
No, I think this goes into a draw, yeah, because king e6 here, there's knight g7.
And I think you have to play, yeah, king d5, rook takes g4, or
Yeah.
you can actually think of something else too.
True. But here the pawns are getting off the board,
Yeah, yeah.
which is why I thought of rook a4 here as opposed to rook a5. But apparently the count is not impressed with this one.
So probably, okay, what could be done? Maybe a king move, king d6, rook c4, king d5.
Yeah, this is exactly the second thought.
But then there's rook b4 as well.
Rook c4 is a blunder because rook c8. This loses it.
Ah, wow. I forgot about simplification. Right. Yeah, you have enough extra pawn to win the game, and also you're going to win another pawn on
I
a6.
think a very important factor here could be what if knight f5 check? I'm still because king into e6 I have knight g7 check.
And then if I go after, I mean, eventually you'll run out of your tempo, right? Okay, king e5 takes. I think I can stay there and then try to play, Or should I play king e4, king f3?
No, here the problem is you have the wrong color.
Oh, right. If there, yeah, knight f6 is there.
I just need to draw very
Right.
quickly. And because of this
Yes, yes.
and the light square bishop, black cannot win this. But apparently, after knight f5 check here, there is a strong move for black. But again, when you're calculating a variation like this, I really don't think you would consider anything else other than king into e6, right?
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be able to take a step back and see something else here. But man, this is crazy. Like what? How is this position like -5? I am baffled.
So you just, what do you play here? Just king e5 then? Knight g7, h4?
Let's
Something like
oh
that.
yeah, right. This is the point.
Yeah.
Knight g7 and h4.
And then whenever e7 happens, you have bishop d7, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. And this pawn runs. The knight cannot catch it.
And the king is a bit too far on c1.
Yeah.
Right, okay. I still have it. Still get it. Okay.
That's why I asked you.
Oh.
I knew I could count on you.
Okay. Phew. Luckily I passed the test. Okay. Let's see other line maybe. What else can be done? But that was such a subtle idea of rook c8. That's very, very tricky.
Yeah, rook c8 was a subtle idea, and also this idea of king e5 and h4. Maybe, but king e5 and h4, yeah, you can actually see. If you see the idea with h4, yeah,
Yes,
you can
yeah,
see
yeah.
it. And rook c8 is easy to miss, as king d6 is actually a clever trap, but maybe the problem here could be a knight f5 check. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you cannot take on e6 because of knight g7. So where does the king go? Just king c5? You can actually protect the pawn on c4. Yeah.
Yeah. But
Or maybe tactics again.
yeah, rook into c4 check. Yeah.
But I think it
It's
should
a
be
thing maybe.
yeah, it should be fine. It should be fine because then you have this breakthrough with h4. Where does the king go?
That's a good question. I think away from checks. I mean, but she has the main move.
King d3. Let's say king d3 because it's a bit hard for the knight to get a check on the king on d3. And then now h4. Yes. Yeah, this should be enough to win. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, 96 minus 96, and now mate in a few moves.
This bishop c6.
Bishop c6, yes.
Bishop takes care of the pawn, and
Yeah.
the pawn cannot be stopped.
Yeah, that's also the power of the bishop against the knight in such an open position. I think we have quite a few examples that are very valuable today. We see the position of Yushipenko's game, where he was trying to play with his knights in a close position. And then in this kind of like an open position, the bishop is truly more powerful than the knight.
True. But white play king d2 here, and it's actually a pretty good move here. So white also she goes a step towards, but also a step towards protecting against all these h4 related ideas. King is closer, and therefore the rook stays on e3. So h4 directly is not so dangerous because after g into h4, there's no g3 to follow.
Yep.
And in the end games where we saw the pawn running, here the king is much closer towards g1. So this prevents these tactical ideas where black was winning due to the g pawn queening. What is your prediction for this game, Irene, based on not just the position but also the players?
Okay. Because he looked like he's taking his time, he's not in a hurry, even though the game looks like it is in his hand. But I like his style. He's just very calm. But on the other hand, I have to also salute it to my friend Pamela Tal, because she's known as a very fearless and very fierce player. So in such a position, no, she wouldn't resign. I had such kind of like a bad memory against her. And we're talking about the last game of an event. I remember it was a race between me and Harika to win the Continental Championship, the Asian Continental Championship in 2010. It was in Mashhad, Iran. And since that time there was this type of tiebreak. When you are lower rated, you actually have a better tiebreak. You know what I
Because of
mean?
rating performance.
Because of the rating performance. So it was already for like the last 2 rounds. It was a race between me and Harika. We were leading the tournament, and then in the last round, I needed to win, and I played against her. I was up 2 pawns or even three, I cannot remember, but I was having in such a time trouble. But in the end, with 2 pawns up, and we both had a pair of rooks, somehow I played just too quickly, and then she could defend everything with the 2 rooks, and the king defended all my pawns. And then eventually, when one pawn, it was 2 connected pass pawns. When one pawn was fallen, the other pawn didn't have any hope anymore. So the game ended with a draw. I cried because I lost the title, right? I lost the championship title. If I won that one, I would be an Asian champion. For the first time then, it was 2010. And then also I would qualify to the Women's World Championship. We didn't have World Cup back then. It was still Women's World Championship because apparently for Asian continent, only the first winner, got the spot for the Women's World Championship. It was quite a nightmare. Even though in the end I won quite a few elo points because of my performance, but still that draw against her in the last round, it was so heartbreaking, where I could have easily won in any stage of the game, like especially in the middle game towards the end game, where I was just simply 2 pawns up without any compensations. So yeah, that was very tough. Even though it was not a loss, it was a draw, but still it cost me a lot.
Yeah. One other painful story of the last round.
Yeah.
The most painful aspect of chess. I see he's played the bishop to c8, and it's actually a very, very similar situation, Irene. Like he also has 2 pawns more. Initially, I did not have any compensation.
Yep.
But I'm rooting for Pam in this game because based on what I've seen in the last 10 moves, I actually trust her to be able to find the difference. So far, she's been very convincing.
Yes.
Despite having limited time. And the longer the game is going on, I'm trusting her more and more.
Yeah.
So very interesting battle ahead, but let's see if she's able to hold this one. Again, the problem for her is the paradox of choice. She has so many choices, whether to go after the H pawn or the C pawn, and if that's the case, which way to attack them.
Also, it's not too easy for black to come up with a plan. I mean, maybe the solution on this position is not to play a concrete chess, because it looks to me for the last few moves by Fokidov just wanted to solve the problem right away. Right? The pawn on a6 was under attack. Okay, let's go bishop b7. The pawn on e6 is like delaying your position. Okay, let's get bishop c8 and then try to eat this pawn. Yeah, but probably the solution is you just have to be patient and then just play a few more moves. But okay, I can see why it is hard for both sides, actually, for white to keep surviving, but also for black with just try to simplify the pawn on e6 without any risk of getting into a draw position. But okay, rook a5 is on the board, hitting the pawn on h5, and also another idea is to play rook c5, and the pawn on c4 might be lost. So can we take the pawn on e6 here, or is there a better move?
Okay, this is the most difficult question you could ask me. But let's make the move on the board and find out. So when you take the pawn on e6, my first instinct is to take the pawn on h5.
Yep.
Because my king is closer towards these pass pawns rather than the one on the king side. And in this position, I feel white has decent chances to hold because the king is close enough to the most dangerous pass pawn. It's a bit hard to see beyond this point, to calculate beyond this, but I think here there's decent chances to hold. But on the other hand, black also doesn't have a great option besides bishop and e6, right? Is there a better option?
Yeah, I don't think so. And yeah, Fakadov just took the pawn on e6. He's trying to clarify the situation by eliminating this pawn. And I think Pamleta will come up with rook takes h6, h5
Or rook
Very
takes
sim-
e6. She
Oh,
plays
rook
that.
takes a6, also interesting.
Yeah.
So if you were white in this position, which pawn would you take?
I would take the h pawn.
The h pawn, yeah?
Yeah. A6 pawn is not so advanced,
Mhm.
and the king is a little nearer to the pawn.
Right.
And I don't have to calculate this idea with h4. So I would, if I had to take either of these two pawns, I would take the h5 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And I think these two moves are definitely the most natural moves here.
And she took the a6 pawn actually. So she's playing a concrete chess here, not only that taking the pawn, but also it's threatening the bishop on the way. So I think she just wants to come up with rook h6 next. And yeah, I think there's still a decent chance for her to defend this position, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think very decent chances, and she probably has seen. She's confident that she will be able to take the h5 pawn pretty soon. With rook h6 coming on the next move, black cannot defend with bishop f7 because there is rook a7 check.
All right. Yes.
And so black probably has to do some bishop d7 here. In that case, there's rook h6. And after rook e5, she can, I think, go knight e to knight f4. This is a defensive plan,
Mm.
which will make it very difficult. There's also the move with king c3, which might be even simpler. Just take this pawn, and black cannot defend.
Right. Oh,
So,
Srinath, that being said, in the last position that you just showed us, I have a feeling that it might go to rook and bishop versus rook. It could be. I mean, if king c3 is happening and then you play rook e3, taking the pawn on g3, at some point, maybe the knight will sacrifice itself with the pawn on g4, you know? It could
Yeah.
be. Yeah, because now rook h5, and then, yeah, at some point, yeah, the knight has to sacrifice, and then rook and bishop versus rook.
I would try not to sacrifice the knight at first if I was white.
Yes, yes,
And
of
if I was
course.
not confident. Of course, there are also people who are so confident against the rook and bishop with the rook. They are so well versed with the defensive method that they just go for it anyhow.
Mhm.
I'm not one such person, so I would still try and. But we have a move.
It's bishop d5.
Yeah. Bishop d5,
Yeah.
and now what after bishop d5 is so much more better than bishop d7 because it keeps the defense of the c4 pawn. And now what after rook h6? Just rook e5 maybe. Yeah?
Right.
Yeah, this is his intention. Now he has everything centralized, and apart from rook h6, another move you have to take into account is she already
She already played rook h6.
Okay, so rook e5 also on the board, yeah.
Rook e5 is on the board too, yes. Yes, and now what about your idea with knight e2, knight f4, trying to get to the h5 pawn?
So it's possible now as well, but the defensive method for black would be to put this bishop on f7. So king d7 prepares that, and after knight f4, go bishop f7. The bishop defends both the h5 pawn as well as the c4 pawn. And king d7 was useful because now after rook h7, don't go king e7 and fall into knight g6 check. But you have king e8 or rook f5, but king e8 seems better because the rook.
Yeah, king
wanted to
e8.
be active.
And also, you know, in a way, you might try to trap the rook on h7, but okay, it's another story. The rook will not be trapped anywhere. Yeah, rook h6, and then somehow the rook is freed up.
Yeah. So rook h6, rook e5, and I think now black has the upper hand.
Okay, so if not the idea of knight e2, knight. Okay, what's going on? There's a move, or was it rook e5?
Yeah, I think that's rook e5.
There's rook e5. Okay. Cannot move. Otherwise, there might be rook e3, I guess, or depending actually where the king moves. What else then?
So it's become clear that for black, the defensive position is with the bishop on f7 and the king on e8. Once black achieves this, I think black has a very stable advantage. And I don't see a good way to defend this because I think this is exactly why white should have played knight b5 check here. You know, this would have disrupted the setup for black because now if you take the king towards this point,
Yes.
there's rook d6 check.
There's rook d6. Also, king b7. There's there might be rook. Wait, no. If king b7, can you
If
actually play
king
knight
b7, you're
d6?
basically taking the king
Rook
away
h6
from
first.
first rook h6.
Uh-huh.
But from a strategic perspective, you're taking the king away from e8.
Yeah,
So it
yeah.
makes it so much rook e5 is a better version for white because it's not easy to get this bishop to f7.
The king is too far away, yeah?
Yeah, the king's too far away.
I think it's very easy to miss such a move because you want to focus your attention on the other side of the board, but a knight move to a different side of the board, like knight b5, is like you don't even consider it sometimes, yeah?
Well, you need to first see rook h6, rook e5. You need to see this variation with knight e2, knight f4, bishop f7, king e8. Only then you understand the position and why knight b5 is important.
Right.
And without this, you cannot solve the problem. So this is why this is how calculation makes a difference in these kind of situations. Because with limited time, the one who is able to see it faster will be able to play better moves, stronger moves.
Yeah. Faster and longer too, yeah? Like a few moves ahead.
Exactly.
Yeah. Sometimes that's what's missing because it's also very easy on this stage of the game not to calculate so much because you're already tired.
Yeah.
You're already playing for and then the playing hall is getting colder. People are leaving. It's already past your dinner time. Your friends are already saying goodbye to you. So all of the things are there, and then on also when you see your position, you don't really have any like winning chances. You can only hope for a draw. And then there's also sometimes during my chess game, I was thinking, I already invested so many hours into this game, so much energy, and then in the end, it was for nothing.
Yeah.
Such a mindset is actually very bad to have during the game, but sometimes you cannot help having it, right? So,
Absolutely. Yeah.
Will you
it's
experience the same thing too?
Yeah. You work so hard for 5 hours in the game and 4 hours preparing before it, and in the end you have a 0 point to show for it, and it doesn't feel pleasant at all.
No, it doesn't. Yeah. Well, anyway, King E8 is already on the board, and I think Fakidov found the defense, not kind of defense, maybe
The
try to
setup.
defend
He
the
found the
setup with Bishop F7 coming up next, and slowly the pawns will get moving forward. And meanwhile, we have an interview with the winner of today's round. It's Reza Mahdavi, who won against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And after that, we also have an interview with Arjun Erigaisi, who won his first round today. So enjoy the interviews.
The round number 1 of the Qatar Masters is heating up, and I'm being joined by FIDE Master Mahdavi Reza, who has just created a huge upset, beating number 2 seed of the tournament, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Huge congratulations.
Thank you very much.
The first questions. Are you shaking? What's on your mind?
I don't believe it. I don't believe he's winning.
It's
crazy.
incredible.
It's crazy.
This is crazy. You couldn't probably dream about this, right?
No. I dream. I play and it's okay. It's experience for me. It's good. It's rank 6, I think, in world.
Yes, he's number 6.
Yeah, and I don't believe it.
All right, let's dive into the game because it's very complex. There has been a lot that was going on. Maybe you could tell us, like, did you prepare? How did you prepare? Or did it go according to your preparation?
I prepared Kings in the end. I decided. My friend told me I play Kings in the end is little bit better for me because he don't have game, and I play Kings in the end because it's too complicated, and maybe I have chance because I play this.
Okay, so you were expecting this variation. You're prepared.
This,
yes. So you used not much of a time. You were blitzing out both of you.
Yeah.
All right, and so then you transpose to some kind of a Benoni structure.
Yeah, maybe.
Some kind of.
Some kind of.
3. So here you already started thinking at around this moment.
I don't remember it. because I'm not too much see this line. I see Olaf he play e4 because he's e4 player, and yeah, I see Najdorf, and yeah, I didn't see the kings in the end too much.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
You were more expecting e4.
yeah,
Yes.
I'm
Okay.
expecting e4.
So here knight e8. So your idea was that someone to strike with f5.
Yeah,
and-
knight e8 or knight c7, b5. Yeah.
Nice. So, okay, I cannot show the arrows, but yeah. Okay. So bishop
And
f4.
he played bishop 4. I see the. I remember only this line. I have to play f5 and knight e5, bishop d7, and he 3 times repetition with bishop g5, bishop f6, bishop.
Can we
h6.
play it out? So f5 then e5.
No, no.
The-
f5, queen d2, knight e5, king h1, bishop d7, king h1, bishop d7.
Yes.
And here I remember, I don't know, I'm not sure, but I remember bishop g5, bishop f6, bishop h6, and
the
yeah,
repetition.
repetition. I only remember this. Yeah,
Okay, and he went for
Taking, yeah.
taking it. Yes.
yeah, I don't remember.
Yes,
yeah.
and you didn't remember here.
I think it's mistake.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it was a mistake to allow, but you couldn't really do much.
Yeah, I think I play bishop d7 and I calculate why I'm taking with bishop because I play bishop d7 and
Yes,
yeah,
and you lose the
again,
tempo.
Yeah, I lose the tempo.
All right, let's go a little bit more forward. So were you scared at some moment here because it looked like
I
he
see,
started attacking you
I
already?
play knight e5. I see this line, but he played g4 and
Yeah, this,
yeah, shocking. I don't know.
this g4,
Yeah,
yes.
I didn't see it g4, and when he played it, okay, I think it's bad move. But after I some little bit calculate, it's a very good move, and yeah, I'm in trouble.
Knight g7, rook g1 is building up an
yeah.
attack. You're trying to strike on the
Yeah.
queen side. Yeah, what else can you do? Yes,
Yeah.
also. And yeah, here apparently rook a7 was
Yeah.
a huge mistake.
Here,
So what have you expected for him to play here?
I didn't see anything. I think here I'm losing, and he because he's play fast. He's so fast, and
Yes, he had twice more time
yeah,
than you,
yeah,
yes.
Yeah, he's very fast, and I think I'm losing. After rook a7 b4, I think yeah, I'm thinking what he move is expect, but I play b4, and when he take. I take it here. I think I'm in game. I'm thinking, okay, I'm losing, but yeah, play.
Yeah, you have to
Yeah,
take her.
yeah,
It's like you
but,
have to.
After he takes, calculate queen h4.
You
I
started
think yeah,
thinking,
yeah. He started thinking, and I think here I'm not. Maybe I have little chance for win or draw.
Yeah, here
Because
you
it's
were.
so much thinking. Yeah.
Here you realize maybe there is
Yeah,
something
maybe
for you.
there's something,
Wow.
and I see king h8, and I think it's okay. But
Yeah,
here,
your king is hiding
Yeah,
somehow
it-
because knight is also on
Yeah.
e5.
and the rook on the file, yeah.
Yes.
I don't know why he played bishop b5 because I think he missed bishop b5 takes rook f7 take knight. He played rook g4. I think he
Missed.
expanding my queen f2 or queen h3. I think queen f2 he have knight e6 and knight e8, knight e5 and knight e5 and knight takes d6, and I think
And then
I'm
you have
losing.
problems,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
All right, so queen
Yeah,
e7, you
queen
went and you
yeah.
defended basically
Yeah, I
from
see
this.
here.
So knight,
knight e6. Yeah,
knight
you don't have knight
e6,
e8.
knight e5.
And I see because I think he's missed this
And
move.
f4?
F4, queen b4. Queen b4. Yeah.
Queen.
Queen b7.
Queen b7.
Sorry,
no.
queen b7. Yeah,
Okay.
queen b7. I take it with b5.
Oh, and there's
Yeah.
a problem on d5.
Takes queen d5, queen
Yes.
g1, queen d1. I have it, and take it g4.
Oh, there is some line knight c7 defending like this.
Okay, I see this, and yeah, I see this. Take rook e4, queen g7. I see this, but I think
Yes.
black is winning.
Yes,
yeah?
looks like because you have an extra
Yeah,
piece for not.
yeah.
Okay, you have 2 pawns.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, I
limited
see what you-
material.
yeah.
Yes.
And
Okay.
bishop. Yeah.
Okay, so here after rook d7. So in this position, what have you thought? Have you thought that it might be already winning
yeah,
for
yeah.
you?
Because all of player look at my game, and
Who was
yeah.
watching your game?
Artemiev, Esipinko, I think, and
Was Parham also watching?
yeah, Praha, yeah. I mean, yeah,
Everyone.
yeah, everyone. And
Iran was
Arjun, I
supporting.
think, yeah, and Arjun, you come, and yeah, okay. Here I know
Okay.
Arjun, yeah.
Okay, F4.
Bishop
C4.
C4, yeah. Queen D2 and take it, yeah.
Yeah, you just. Yeah, it's not Bishop D5. Okay, it's showing for some
Yeah,
reason it's a mistake, but.
It didn't.
Because
I
there was
have
some
mates,
forced
I think, yeah.
checkmate, Rook B2. Wow.
Oh, okay. I
Wow.
didn't see.
Okay, but
I see
okay,
only
but Bishop
Bishop
D5,
D5, yeah, is winning.
you're threatening, you're
Yeah.
already winning this.
Yeah.
Wow, incredible. And you're also pretty young, right? You're 16 years
yeah,
old.
16 years old.
So for how long have you been working on chess, playing chess?
I think 2 months ago I started work, and yeah, I'm after Abu Dhabi tournament. I don't play any tournament to wait this tournament, and yeah.
So you're working for the last 2
working-
months, especially
yeah,
preparing
yeah,
for this
yeah, for
tournament.
this tournament.
Wow. And is it a secret we can tell, like, who you're coaching with? You're
Yeah,
living
I
right
have
now
two
in
coach.
Iran?
Yeah, I have two coach. One of coach Amir Ramazali is and another coach Puya Idani is playing his tournament.
Also?
Yeah, he's also playing tournament.
He must
Yeah.
be very proud.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Oh my God, this
Before game, he's talking to me and he told me, "I don't have you don't have to stress.
Yeah.
This game, yeah, is experience is good to play this game." Yeah.
So you
And
got
also-
experience and you got to win.
Yeah, I can play it. Yeah.
Amazing. Huge congratulations
Thank you.
again, and we'll see how the rest of the game is
Thank
going
you.
to go. Yeah, maybe we'll get some other very nice wins in the tournament.
Yeah, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you
Luck.
very much. Thank you.
Round 1 of the Qatar Masters, the game of Arjun Ergaisi has just finished. You managed to win this game, which was not so easy at all. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How do you feel now that you won the first game?
Yeah, it feels good. It was certainly not easy. Like I saw there were many upsets, and even mine was pretty close until a point.
Yeah, exactly. Many upsets in the first round, incredible. But before coming to the tournament, I knew that Nodderbeck is going to play also here, and he is one of the top 3 players right now in the FIDE circuit. How did you feel yourself that he's going to be also participating here?
Yeah, it doesn't matter so much, to be honest. I think what matters is how I do in the tournament, and yeah, I'm only focused on how I do.
And were you also following his game today?
Yeah, I was having a quick glance. It looked like he got an advantage pretty early on. Then he misplayed, and then he overpushed or misevaluated or missed something. I'm not sure. And it went wrong.
It has been pretty great year for you, for Indian chess, for everything. By the way, congratulations on reaching 2800. Huge
you.
achievement. So what's your next goal in your chess career now that you reached 2800?
My immediate next goal is to win this tournament.
current goal. Very nice. Last year you played already Qatar Masters. Last year you were rated number 6 and you actually got 6th place. This year rated number 1. Which ambitions do you have for this tournament?
Yeah, I hope the number remains. We'll see.
So you believe in numerology?
Because I'm one, I should believe now.
But also you believe in good moves, like Gukesh, yes? So what actually is special here about Qatar Masters, about Doha? What do you like the most here?
I, in general, like playing in the Middle East, in Qatar as well as UAE, and yeah, the hotel is good, venue is good. Yeah, it's all good.
So you're enjoying so far?
Yeah, so far.
Thank you so much, Arjun. Best of luck for the next round.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Has 2 less pawns. She has just 1 minute more. But black still has some work to do. Yeah, he still needs to find the best way to finish it off. How do you do that?
Just bishop g6, bishop d3, and then the g3 pawn will fall, maybe? Or maybe I'm
No,
going
no,
too
no,
quick.
no. I think maybe because after king e5 there's rook e3 check.
Three, yes. And
This
then,
one I missed.
and then you have to go, okay, if king d4 or d5, then you still have bishop d3 anyway. I mean, instead of king
Yeah,
d5.
right. No, but I was
It's
think-
at f4.
Knight f4,
Knight
exactly.
f4, just take it.
wow.
Knight f4,
Wow,
just
no,
take it.
this is brilliant.
I know.
This is yeah.
Sorry, we forgot to put the mic on. But anyway, well,
This was brilliant.
yeah, this is still the last game that is still currently going on, and we're analyzing if this happening right now. So we'll see if king e4 is still on the board, and I think if bishop g6 happens, like just what I mentioned before, and king e5, there's rook e3, right?
Right.
And then if anything else, then bishop d3 is there.
Mhm.
And then yeah, you get the g3 pawn, but if knight f4, you just take the knight, and then you just try
But
to
no,
promote.
this
Yep.
this is not actually clear. Yeah, knight f4, rook into f4, g into f4, g3. Apparently, it's still not clear.
Ah,
And the pawns, they just don't. Okay, if you play king f3 here, this might be winning.
oh. Be a bit more calm in this position because it should be winning for black anyway. But what just happened? I think we have a few moves on the board actually.
True.
So king e4, oh, rook d3. But
Ah,
okay, you just want to play bishop d5. That is a very primitive idea. But what happened after knight f4?
knight f4, rook into g3, and now
And rook takes c4.
exactly rook takes c4. But black says that I have these two connected pass pawns, so
you
I don't
can
mind
just-
losing it.
Yeah, you can just ignore this
rook
rook on c4, yeah, and then you're
Yeah.
just focusing on your own pawns. I see.
But I think this game is probably still going to go for a while longer. Black's task seems far from straightforward.
Mm-hmm.
For white, the biggest problem is her lack of time. The clock, I think, is the biggest problem.
Okay, king f6 is on the board, and wow, it's threatening mate in two. Bishop d5, rook f3 is there. Yeah, and then okay, we can stay on this one for a bit because this is very complicated position for white actually because okay, you give another check, but what do you do here? King g5, and what about another check?
Another check. Yeah, exactly. Then maybe king h6.
I was trying to be fancy if bishop d5 it's working, but okay, there is no reason to do that. Yeah, king
Yeah.
h6, bishop g6 is coming, and then yeah,
No, but it's not so clear, no? Like rook c5 check, king h6. Can I give another check?
bishop g6.
Bishop g6, king. Ah, you have rook f3 and rook e3.
Yes, rook f3, rook e3, and then you win the knight on e2.
Yeah. This makes sense.
Right. So, do we have a move here after king? Okay, king h6 is already on the board. Yes, I think if rook c6, bishop g6 will happen, and if
That
not rook
will-
c6.
If not rook c6, then you maybe have to give up the g3 pawn, yeah, because bishop g6.
Yes, and a rook
rook
f3.
e3.
Yes.
And giving up this pawn is not something you want to do winning.
No, totally not. Okay, 30 seconds left for Pamletao in this position. But wait, what can white do in trying to, just try to mud the water still? There might be, knight d4. What about knight d4?
Smart. Look at g3,
There's knight
f5
f5,
check.
yes. So
But
you
again,
can,
bishop g6 check, start
Mhm.
with this.
and then king has to
Go to e5.
Yeah, king has to protect the knight then, and after
And
that
now
you
the
can
king.
take, yes.
So if I have this position with these two extra pawns in general, I would assume that black is safely winning.
Right.
Knight f4 has been played by Pan, which makes sense. But after rook into g3, how does she want to continue?
I think she just wants
rook c7.
rook c7?
I'm just hoping for king g7.
Ah, okay. Rook c7 makes sense actually. Okay, where does the bishop go
Bishop
then?
g8. Yeah?
Bishop g8.
Ah,
Oh,
Now rook c6 check.
rook c6, yeah. And then the h5 pawn falls.
Yeah. So you need to play bishop to e8 maybe, yeah?
Okay, bishop e8, yeah. Eventually, just because of the process of elimination, you'll find this move anyway, right?
Yeah. Instead of rook c7, she went king to f5.
Okay, she goes for the kill,
Yeah.
hoping that there is some checkmate. I mean, it looks like the king on h6, kind of like trapped, because if you're not careful, yeah, you might actually blunder something there.
True. But seems like very thin chance, yeah. If I play rook f3 here, for instance, then your king is never going to be able to advance, and my pawn is just advancing so fast.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I think rook f3 will come anyway. It looks like it is the most principled move on the board anyway. You want to limit the activity of the knight, but also at the same time you are freeing the line for your pawn to move advance. So I like this move, rook f3.
Yeah.
But Fokidov is still thinking, could there be any alternative than that easier or quicker?
I mean, I'm sure there will be alternatives, potentially multiple ones, which leads to a winning position. But I'm not sure if they are easier than rook f3. It feels like rook f3 is the most natural move.
Natural. Oh, rook a3. Rook a3. Okay, trying to free up and probably, trying to have some access to the sixth rank. I was actually about to mention about the idea of c3. I just like to advance my pawn, although it doesn't have any feature after c3, but it looks like just nice to have your pawn on the third rank already.
I think that should also be winning here. Here, black will just spoil for options at this point. And if I guess white will probably play rook c6 check here. We don't have to wait that long for her move, but either king f6 or rook c6 check. Two of these.
And
f6 is the move.
Yes, king f6.
Bishop to e8 or rook f3.
Just don't blunder bishop g8. Yeah, if anything, I think that is don't just don't blunder this bishop g8.
I like rook f3.
Rook f3. Yeah, rook f3 interesting.
Save yourself from all accidents.
So if rook f3, rook f5, what do you do?
Now I can move my bishop, I think, because your rook and all your pieces are stuck.
Right.
So he goes rook f3.
Yeah, he did rook f3. Yeah, I think you have to play rook f5 or king e5. I mean, you have to save the knight, because if you take the bishop on f7, then okay, you can sign the score sheet after that.
Yeah.
So which one do you think she will do? If king e5, then I think you can just safely play g3, yeah?
Yeah, king e5, then the pawns just roll.
Yeah.
And all the dangerous threats have been neutralized.
And rook f5. Rook f5 is on the board. Now, again, don't blunder bishop g8. It's very important. It looks like, bishop doesn't have too many squares to go. It's either e8 or g8. That looks very promising. But yeah, bishop e8.
Yeah, bishop e8 and get hopeless for white.
What would you feel, about the half take back from your opponent? Let's say the bishop, he take the bishop to go to g8, but then he still has his finger around the bishop, and then he moves it back to f7, and then he moves to e8. What would you feel?
I would feel very annoyed and very irritated. That's like rubbing salt.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like tempting tempting you to, I don't know, it feels like you almost win, but not quite. Yeah.
True.
So, but is there anything else apart from moving the bishop? Can you actually roll the pawn?
You probably might be able to.
You know what? Roll the pawn to g3. King takes f7. Rook takes. Oh no, I cannot do that. Rook takes f1 and rook f6, rook g6. That's there.
Ah, yeah.
But can I? Yeah. The pawn is too far away. Oh, see. Okay. Don't try to be fancy. It was
Yeah,
too
just win the
fancy.
game.
Just play the game. And bishop g6.
G6.
Bishop g6 is on the board.
Also winning, I think.
It's also winning. You're giving
It
up the
forces
bishop.
win, actually.
So it giving up the bishop, but actually if you take the bishop, knight takes g6, rook takes f5, king takes f5, and any pawn actually.
Yeah.
Because if you're stopping that pawn, then the g pawn will roll, and if you're you cannot stop both pawns at the same time. Oh, this is actually very straightforward then,
Yep,
because
yep.
because you have to go on this line.
After king into f5, c3, I think there should be resignation in the next couple
After
of-
c3, yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, c3 or g3.
c3, it's more principled. You just move the pawn that is the furthest away from your opponent's king.
Right.
There you go. c3 is on the board. She might move
The knight.
the knight, actually. Yeah, try to stop it. Like, I don't know, knight f4, knight e5. But after c2 and then g3, I think that's pretty much it.
Yeah. The problem is the king is outside the line of this pawn, so the king can never catch the pawn. All the work falls on the knight, and the knight cannot stop two of these pawns at once.
Yeah.
So
Well, it is a very hard-fought game, I guess. Yeah. She did well, and then there is a resignation by Pamletau, and therefore Fakidov scored his first win in the 2024 Qatar Masters Open, and that was the last game in the top 10 boards, Srinath. So if we just make a quick recap of what happened in the top 10 boards, we had two big upsets against the two Nordic backs. It was unbelievable, actually, the way they played. You mentioned it. You were very sure that Nordic Abdusattorov was going to win his game by the moves that he played until the middle game, right? And he was very confident. He was very quick as well. But then everything collapsed suddenly for him.
yeah, absolutely. I have never seen Nodebek Abdusattorov.
Mhm.
I haven't seen him lose so often, but I've never seen him lose to an opponent of this rating.
Yep.
But great credit to his opponent,
Yeah.
Mahadavi, and also Yakubev's opponent for these brilliant wins today.
Yeah, it was very convincing win by both of them. We also had two draws, actually three upset draws, in the top 10 boards. Tabatabai drew against Ashraf Artin, and then Fantika drew against Artemiev, and then Amartufsin drew against Parham Maksudlu. And the rest of the games in the top 10 boards, they were won by the top-seeded players.
Yeah.
So, well, it was quite an exciting day for the first round, Srinath, yeah? And tomorrow we will be back at the same time. The games will be played at 4 p.m. local time in Doha, Qatar. It's been quite a day, Srinath, and thanks for today. It's been so fun commentating with you.
Thank you, Irene, and it's been an absolute pleasure.
Yes, and thank you for the media team as well, Katia Sashalashvili, Angelika Volkova, and the whole Lichess broadcasting team. And well, we'll see you again tomorrow at the same time, same place, and have a good evening, everyone.